yourself through several fires. The tears of blood. Life is in motion by default. If you want me to live, if you want me to forgive, if you want us to pretend like we're civilized humans, if we possibly break the trust and say sorry, it's the evil from the only flashing lights on my mind. Why the death and my culture? Why can anyone feel my heart? Why the ground that makes us fight? We champions, illness and fear of love. We'll build some long ourselves. I'm in this now.
Welcome in, everyone. It's so good to see all of you, and thank you so much, Raiders, for coming in to join us right at the start. I am so very excited. This is our Intervallo episode of our Project Moon TTRPG. And the 4 former Lobotomy Corporation branch department heads' time in J Corp comes to a close, having gambled and won big, only to lose it all. A large sum of money given to the Eurodivier, who have become their staunch allies, comrades, if you will. A 30 billion on debt paid off to free a robotics expert who could provide information on the location of a golden bough, and that this could be the key to giving the manager's AI assistant Ange a human body. But not much else. And the rest of the on lost to various fines, fees, taxes, and tickets from the head and its wings, who always come to collect. The threat of the she sent after the managers loomed over the 4, striking from the shadows when the chance presented itself. But they have been driven off for good by a fixer from the Hana Association, who seems to have a fixation on one certain member of the managers. Only time will tell what this fixer's intentions might be, and whether things will bode well or ill for these 4. And then Kai, who heard the voice of Carmen. Though his strings have been cut, his companions pulling him from his distortion, he still has to grapple with the aftermath of what he's done and what has been done to him. Low on money, low on supplies, but at long last, having a chance to breathe, the 4 find themselves bidding farewell to J Corp, the nest of gambling, and headed onwards to their next destination, with the plan to retrieve a golden bough, and knowing, to do so, they must first get through a big brother. But I think we've seen enough of the RV the last few days, haven't we? Managers, you might be low on funds, but at least the money you spent to pass through the nests was well worth the cost. The past days have been spent on the wide, open highways rather than the convoluted, twisting roads of the back streets. When they reached T Corp, Pryor went in and at the border spoke to the border guards. The border guard seemed rather deferent to Pryor and quickly scrambled to fulfill whatever request he asked of them. He came back with lanterns and ordered no one but him to leave the RV, while in T Corp, to minimize anyone's awareness that they were here or that they had the lanterns. The 4 progressed through T Corp without noticing much, aside from everything around them seeming a little off in color. It took a bit longer than they thought with the traffic congestion that traveling through the nest brings, and days upon days of boredom and dwindling food passed. And now, as the 4 of you emerge from the long, long tunnel, a bright, shimmering light greets you. You have finally arrived at the place called the Great Lake. The view of the coast and turquoise waters greets you so very bright compared to where you just were. Before you is the cleanest sandy beach and most beautiful blue I imagine all of you have ever laid eyes upon. Welcome, managers, to the Great Lake. You all have gotten a chance to settle in at the resort and get yourself changed. And so, managers, why don't the four of you introduce yourselves? Starting with Miix.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Miix. Just a wandering Storm Dragon VTuber. I play the character Miix, the department head of the information team. And Miix is wearing a nice, pretty little sundress with a nice hat. You know, they like to be fashionable, especially when they go out to a nice beach like this. And you know, they found some that matches with them. Now then, I would say that Miix currently, they seem to be actually quite comfortable here. There seems to be a little flicker in their eye of enjoyment we haven't seen in a while. Although their face is still a little morose. So hopefully this session, we'll see if they can overcome that.
That we shall. And next up, Merru.
Hello. So I'm the VTuber Merru online, and I play the control team department head Merru. And he's okay. I mean, he may or may not have been obsessively counting their pitiful amount of like multiple times a day for the past however long they've been on this leg of their journey. Just to make sure no bill or coin has gone mysteriously missing. And he may or may not have become extremely strict over using whatever supplies they were able to pick up for this leg of the drive. And he may or may not have spent like multiple hours every night in his little bedroom stressing when he wasn't keeping watch. But he's okay. I mean, they survived, which is the most important part, and they made it to the resort, and even as a show of very slight gratitude, Merru had even allowed everyone some from their funds to buy clothes from a nearby thrift store. I mean, albeit a very small amount of just to be clear. And to make up for that, he didn't buy anything for himself, as you can see. But to him, their little beach day isn't anything that special anyway. I mean, it is his first time seeing this kind of scenery, but he doesn't really seem to care too much. So he's, you know, still clad in his regular work clothes, minus his magic bullet ego suit. But I mean, his work shirt is unbuttoned to account for the warmer weather of the southernmost district, and he's kind of rolled up the pants a little bit. But yeah, that's what he's up to. He is okay.
Yes, and next up is Prior.
Absolutely. Coming out of the changing area, Prior looks more comfortable than you've ever seen him. Like, the cool ocean breeze on his skin is the first relief you've ever seen cross his face. The faded set of tattoos burrowed across his skin seem to almost glow with elation at finally being freed from the confines he kept them in. He looks a little less tired, and like stress has finally left his body. He, all at once, is at peace. It seems that this is luxury that he never thought he would feel again. And yet he's finally getting a chance to. And perhaps some part of him is more wary than other parts of him that he shouldn't become too comfortable. He is, in fact, very comfortable. For the moment.
And we'll see if that comfort remains. And last up is Kai.
Hi, my name is Kai Calypso. I play the head of the safety department, Manager Kai. Kai walks out onto the sand. The clothes that he picked out, cover the majority of his scars. And his toes in the sand are an unfamiliar feeling, but definitely not unpleasant. He's doing better than he's been doing for sure. He might still be a little on the mellow side, simply because a lot was taken out of him recently, but he feels like he's getting perhaps onto the right track of things, finally. And, though he knows that things will continue to happen because that is the nature of being out of the facility, he feels a little more at peace with his state of mind, and he's ready to have one good, comfortable day before going back into the chaos that is everything that, continues to happen, or at least, he hopes that it's one comfortable day before going back into all the chaos.
We'll see if it is that or not. And managers, following behind you all is Yuna, who looked concerned as always. They still have their usual work pants on. I imagine not having had enough money to get something different and choosing not to. But you see, they've pretty much been forced into a Hawaiian shirt. And they're kind of looking around the beach, still very hesitant, as if not sure we're not all going to be attacked here. I suppose, what do you all do?
Prior, with his feet gripping the sand beneath him and his shoulders stretching out wide, forgetting for a little bit the feeling of not having ego pressed against his skin, he turns to Yuna, broadening his shoulders and feeling a satisfying crack from his back. He'll actually manage a smile. We're in the heart of a nest, Yuna, right beside a luxury resort which we paid for with our own good hard-working on and some intelligent travel decisions. We're about as far away from the violence of the backstreet as you can get. I mean, the lakes are dangerous, but the beaches, well, they wouldn't have us out here if it was time for them to turn as they often do.
That's true. I just... No, you're right.
Caution is good. You're not wrong for feeling it. But you can relax for just a little bit, Yuna. There'll be some difficult travels ahead of us, but we made it through the journey. And without a sign of the she, I think well, if we didn't lose them, they wouldn't dare strike here. Regardless, we made it. And to the victor goes the spoils. And he gestures out at the beautiful view of the beach.
No, you're right. It's been bothering me why they suddenly... Yuna just kind of shakes their head and then just says, but at least you're right, no one would be stupid enough to start a fight here.
Speaking of which, thank you all for listening to me as we made our way through T Corp. I know the RV was fairly difficult to stay within those last few days, but I promise it was the right decision. We managed to make it through, everything's handled, and while I hope we'll never have to pass through there again, we'll be ready. Right, well. I suppose, Yuna. Can we
Yes.
count on you to keep an eye on the RV and the resort? I imagined you might want to stick closer to the pool and the hot tub than you would out here on the wide beach and beating sun.
Yuna's eyes trail toward the waves and the water, and then back toward the more shaded areas with the umbrellas far away from them, and they just nod and go, yeah, I have no interest in going in there. And you can kind of see them looking down, and they're clearly uncomfortable with the sand under their feet. I can stay back here and watch anything all of you need me to. Just don't get into trouble.
Prior smiles and says, that would be very difficult for us. We'll do our best to manage, right, everyone?
We better not get into any trouble.
Yes, sir. With a little salute.
We're all super competent. Holy shit!
Huh.
That's a new one.
Pascal, stay with Yuna.
Pascal beeps. And flies back over to Yuna.
Good boy.
He's still upside down, flying over to you.
Yeah, Pascal's still upside down.
That's
I
talent,
love him.
honestly.
Honestly, that is.
He's getting-
I don't think
he's
I could
getting
walk
better
over
at
someone
it.
upside down. He's getting
Yeah.
really good.
Quickly.
I'm impressed.
That's some rapid improvement. Either way, Prior smiles brightly, and he actually does bare his teeth, and the eyes are all kind of squinting on his face. But he turns to Yuna and nods. You can leave this work to us. Don't worry. Enjoy some complimentary drinks. Maybe take a soak in the pool if you want. We've got... The day is ours. Let's enjoy it while we still can.
Yuna nods and says, I'm gonna go get a drink. And heads off, Pascal, beeping happily, still upside down, following after them. Leaving the four of you.
Kai, you know, I don't know what everyone else is doing quite yet, but Kai probably looks at the water and decides that it is. I mean, it's not like this detail really matters, but like it's a beach of sorts, so it's salt water, and he's like, I feel like that's going to be a bit stingy on all of my scars, so he's going to stay out of the water and probably just head to like the little deli hut thing that most beaches have, like the little snack bar. Wave off to the group, like letting them know where he's gonna go, not just like disappearing randomly. But it's a beach, you can relax.
All right, Kai starts to head off there. What do the rest of you do?
Prior looks between the rest of the group, and with a big shrug of his shoulders, he's going to say, I have not been swimming in years. So I think I'm gonna head myself over to the water. Anyone want to take a soak?
No thanks.
No.
Briar shrugs and says, more water for me then. Let's meet back up at the changing tent later if we need to touch base.
Sure thing.
All right, so Prior, you head out to take a soak, leaving Miix and Merru behind.
I don't know about you, but maybe everybody else is going to be, I don't know, fucking around all day. I realize that this is actually a moment to capitalize on. Beach is full of water. Sand is full of things, I think. And Merru lifts up a little, I guess you call it like, you know, like those ice buckets from hotels? He totally took one from the resort. It's like, by the time this day is over, we'll have this full of things that we can cook and eat. I don't know what exactly, but I'm sure I can find something. I don't know. I don't really know what's at a beach, but probably like, I don't know, a snail. You can eat snails, I think. Fancy people eat snails. And this will be full. And then he lifts up in his other hand, there's a little magazine that he also took from the resort. And he goes, this is Fixer's Monthly. I think there could be some information about the city, could be useful. I'm going to read up on this. Usually I don't have time to do much reading, but I guess time is all we have today. So, this for me, business day like normal. You can do whatever though. I'm going to go.
Okay.
Well, and with that, Merru will march off to go find whatever little critters he can find.
And that leaves you, Miix.
How long has it been since Miix has been to a beach? Gosh. That was their favorite place to go for all this. And wow. If there's one thing Miix liked to do above everything else at the beach, it was to go for a walk. A walk on the beach always does them good. At least it did. Hopefully that's still true now. And so, silently, they decide to walk a little bit closer to the edge of the water, and they just begin to walk, hands behind their back.
And as all of the managers split up to do their own things, let's start with Kai. Kai, you
Yes.
decided to go toward the restaurant huts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as you're walking around, you're able to find there's a bunch of like little huts set up. They're selling different food on the beach. You can probably, there's a lot of scents in the air. And as you're walking around, you feel a gentle hand on your shoulder.
Oh.
Do you turn around?
Of course. Oh my gosh.
Bo!
Precious! Hi! Oh my god. Hi, it's been a really long time. How are you? What are you doing here?
There is a young woman in her mid to late 20s. She has her hair tied up and she's wearing a two-piece bathing suit. And she's smiling at you, a soft look in her eyes. And she says, I know it's been so long. I didn't expect to see you here either. I moved to U Corp about a couple of years ago.
And you're doing well for yourself? I mean, we didn't do a whole lot of relaxing back when, we worked together, so you look good.
Thanks. No, it's been much better here. Mama helped me get out of District 16's back streets and into the nest. I'm not sure, where she got that sort of money from, or if I should ask. And you can see there's a little bit of this worry in her eyes at that. But then she shakes her head and says, but I didn't want to leave the family behind, but I thought it was worth a shot to, take the chance, make a life for myself.
If anyone deserves it, it's you. I also left, and I'm really glad that you leaving turned out so well for you.
Thanks, though. I've missed you.
Sorry, I've missed you too. I'm just happy to see that you're doing good, and that Mama was able to help you, and I assume some of the other girls that we knew back then, out of the situation that everyone was in. So I'm just happy. Actually, not that you've seen her in a super long time, I assume too, but I did run into Lilith as well. Nothing crazy to report, but I'm glad to see she's well too. I hope that everyone is.
Oh my gosh, Lilith, it's been ages. I don't know where she went off to. I know a bunch of the girls have scattered to, different nests, different districts. I haven't really traveled around much. I've been, pretty happy staying here. But oh, Bo, what were you up to? And she kind of will move forward to clasp your hands if you let her.
Absolutely, it's Precious. Oh gosh, this is such a lighthearted conversation. I don't think I want to be too much of a bummer. You remember, that guy, that I went off with, and there's something, I don't know, kind of gets a solemn look, but seeing Precious and how glad that she seems to be to see him, it's kind of like, and he hasn't really thought this for a long time, but there is a knot that untangles itself inside of him, because it's so clear to him that he was never, abandoned, I guess, by any of the people that told him that he should leave, just as much as she wasn't. He made the choice to go on his own, and even though it didn't turn out good for him, it's not like he wasn't missed. And it was his choice entirely. And he's, he says, oh, well, I went off with that man from before, and things didn't turn out great. I kind of stopped showing up to things. But it's been, a really long time since then, and I have no clue where he is, and I don't really care, but I ended up making a life for myself of sorts. And he kind of looks around, he doesn't see any of the managers in the distance, so he doesn't bother pointing any of them out, but he's like, I got a real job, professional. I did paperwork, and had employees. I was a manager, somewhere, and, things fell into place, I think, and it's still hard, and I'm glad to know that's been easy for you, but, seeing you makes it all worth it.
A manager, And she kind of leans in close, an almost flirtatious look on her face. While you were talking, Kai, you noticed when you mentioned that man, her face had darkened a bit, and you could see that concerned look there, and that worry. And the utter relief on her face when she heard that you had gotten away from him just filled, the smile and the light back into her eyes. And she steps away a bit and just grins at you and just says, I'm so happy, Bo, to hear that you're doing better, to hear that you've been able to move up in the world.
Thank you. I'm really happy to hear the same for you. I know that we've ended up on different life paths, but, I hope you know that you were a home to me, and you always will be a home to me. And going off with that man was my self-destructive choice, but not for a moment did I ever think that, I missed you every day. I just hope that you never doubted that for a second.
She holds your hand and squeezes it and says, I never did. I'm always here for you, Bo. However I can be. Actually, I have my own bedroom now, and it's been so lonely without another person in it. Would you want to give this another go? I'll even buy you dinner first. And she winks at Kai.
Kai laughs at the dinner part, and he squeezes her hand back, but he looks a bit... it's not pensive, he just looks shy, I think. Man, that... I don't want this to... I hope you take it with the utmost sincerity when I say what I say. It is a very generous offer, and it's not one that I refuse out of a lack of want. But I have a home now, and I may not have someone else, and you will always be someone that is incredibly precious to me. But I think it's not that I
understand.
I'm not saying that I'm not the person that I was before, but a lot has changed. And above everything, knowing that you're safe now, I just want you to stay that way. And I have not been safe in a very long time, even if I am better. That's just the path that my life has gone down.
Kai, she stands on her tiptoes a bit to give you a hug before she bounces back and says, it's all right, Bo. Listen, even if it's not in that sense, my home is open to you if you ever do need anything. I admit I'm worried what you mean by not being safe anymore. I won't pry, but I'll be here if you need me, or if you just want someone there.
And Kai's really relieved to hear that she took that well. And he's smiling when he says, thank you, for, everything. I'm glad that you understand. I love you, and I always will. Oh, and, I don't know how busy you are, but, if you have to go, or if I end up having to go meet up with the friends that I came here with, Precious? And he like looks around like it's like a secret. He's like, Emily? You don't have to call me Bo anymore.
Oh,
I've gone by my real name, Kai, for quite a few years. I really have gotten to build a life that's mine. And I hope that you can find a level of comfort where you feel the same. Or, you know, if you want to be precious forever, you are precious, so.
hi, it is then. And I've been going by Emily now. I know it hasn't been since we were back on the back street that we've seen each other. And Kai, I'm really happy to hear you have people now. You look so much happier too.
You look, you know, and Kai kind of thinks about it. He's like, you know, you were always so twiggy back then. I always worried about you eating enough. I'm glad you don't look so tired and hungry anymore. So I'm just happy you're happy. And I promise that even though I might not be safe, I am well.
Good.
I choose the life I live.
Well,
Yeah.
whatever you do, you better keep living. And
I
come on,
will.
if you've got some time, then she kind of slings an arm around Kai and will be like, "Do you want to go get something to eat?" Sorry, if you're in a rush, I won't.
No, absolutely. I'd love to catch up. And Kai will follow Precious wherever she takes him.
Precious goes up to one of the stands and will just kind of skip up there to get some food for you both. She looks back, waves at you, and you can spend as much time with her as you'd like.
Fantastic. I'm just gonna move Kai closer to Precious.
And as the two of you spend your day together, Miix, you were headed out on a walk, weren't you?
Yep.
What's on Miix's mind as they walk past the waves and the beach?
Be easier to count the things that aren't on Mix's mind. They thought maybe walking along the beach would be comforting. That it would bring back old memories and that they would find comfort in that. But the place that felt like home so long ago feels completely foreign now. It's strange to them wearing clothes that aren't their gear. It's strange. If anything, they should feel like they belong here more than anyone else. But even now, Miix feels like a stranger. Their worldview has changed. All the people they've seen, they don't think about the things Miix has thought about. They haven't been through those experiences. It's strange.
Miix, as you're walking, you see an old man on the beach. It looks like he's going around with a clipboard and is collecting signatures. You can see him stopping by some people and being like, "Excuse me, do you have a moment?" And most of the people tend to look at him and then walk away or ignore him, but a couple of people go over and sign the clipboard. Or give him some on and then move on.
Miix looks, and I mean, do they even have on their person? I imagine Merru's kind of got a lock on everything they have left.
Yeah, I think Merru's been guarding the remaining money very closely, if I had to guess.
Yeah, in that case, Miix just glances and shakes their head. They don't have anything. Might as well just move on.
The old man sees you and walks up and says, "Hello there, young one." And you see the clipboard with him. He saw you shake your head and he says, "I won't bother you for your time, but I wanted to ask if it's no worries if you have nothing to give. I'm trying to collect some signatures and whatever donations we can to try to hire a fixer office to help clean up the beach and the crabs." And you see him kind of wave a hand, and on his hand as he waves it, there's a 3-coiled ring around his finger. And he says, "You can see the back streets from here, separated by that wall. Those crabs. I want to do what I can to help clean up that area, so I'm trying to get the signatures and donations I can to hire a fixer office."
Miix looks, and then they scowl and just turn away. "I don't have any money, old man."
The old man tucks the clipboard under his arm and sees Mick scowling, and it looks as if he's about to reach out, then he stops with a hand, then he stops, and then he says, "Are you all right, young one?"
Miix freezes at this. They aren't sure how to take that. It's a strange question to ask someone. They purse their lips for a moment. Not sure. And they say, that is definitely a question to ask a stranger."
The old man sort of grins at that and says, "Strangers are only friends you haven't met yet."
Miix blinks and then turns and says, "I don't know if I'd say that." And they sort of realize that this old man has just drawn them into a conversation. And they sigh. What? It's not... shouldn't really matter. You go do your thing. It's not.
The old man listens to that, just lets out a and then looks up at Miix's horns and says, "Those horns of yours, a fine work of art indeed."
Don't call them that. And Miix kind of puts a hand over one of their horns, and they look away, a bit embarrassed, shameful, really.
I mean it, they look nice with the hat you chose.
Gonna leave me alone, are you?
I can't force you to talk about things, but if you need an ear to listen to. And he kind of just sits down on the sand and kind of pats the ground beside him, and it looks like he has no intention of leaving.
I don't want to get the sand in my dress, Miix says, trying to think of an excuse. As to not as to not talk to the old man.
The old
They kind
man
of like look away and pout.
laughs at that. Like, he just kind of looks incredibly amused, and he says, all right. How about that bench over there, then? And he starts walking over to it.
You're a weird old guy. And Miix says, but they follow, kind of stomping a little.
There is as you're following behind him, you can see that smile on his face and the twinkle in his eye. And he sits down on the bench.
Yeah, and Miix sits down, pushes their dress out, and they have their hands kind of crossed. They have their arms crossed. And they, eyes firmly locked onto the sea.
The old man just sits beside you and is silent.
I'm not sure why you think something's wrong. I was just walking along the beach. I'm doing perfectly fine, actually.
Are you?
Miix stiffens at that because they weren't expecting this old man to be so direct. They pause and... Fine, if this old man wants to... If this old man wants to play ball, then Miix will play ball. Alright, fine. Yeah, things haven't been great recently.
I see. And what is it that has you so down with the world, young one?
Okay. What doesn't? I I I I maybe it's the fact that things aren't how I thought they would be.
Oh. And what do you mean by that?
It's all messed up. It's all topsy-turvy. It doesn't make sense, and or at least I didn't think it did. But I guess it does. I guess it does. I'm the weird one for expecting anything different. I
What is it you're expecting?
I don't know, something better? I thought it's stupid, okay? I know it is. I thought it would be more like the stories, you know? I thought the world would be more like the stories that I read and that were read to me.
Oh. She nods his head at that, his eyes on the water. And he says, "And what sorts of stories are those?"
They were nice ones. Nice ones. They were about excitement, adventure, but also there were some that were just sweet and nice, slow and peaceful. Worlds where people could understand each other, where horrible things didn't happen to good people. Where even if those things did happen, at the end of the day, that it would be okay. That good people could still exist. That they still existed. That people, I don't know, I believe that people were innately good. That nobody was born evil. And now I don't know. I don't know anymore. I had a conversation with someone. And I just wanted to know why. Why did he choose to do bad things? Why did he choose to hurt people? Wanted to see if maybe there was some sort of reason or regret or anything. And you know what I saw, mister?
What did you see?
I didn't see any of that. None of that. And this man, he wasn't powerful by any means, but he certainly had more influence than the good people I've met. He certainly had a better life than a lot of good people I've met. What does that tell you? That the worse you are, the better things are for you? I thought that maybe if you could be a good person, that good things would happen, or at least that and I know it's childish, okay? I know that I'm privileged. I know that I just grew up on fairy tales instead of the real world. I know more than anyone. I just wanted to hope. I just wanted to hope that maybe I just wanted to hope that a world where being good was rewarded was the kind of world I lived in. But it's not. It's not, is it? And I'm no better. I'm not any better. I push away the people that try to get close to me. I push away the people that I've been with for so long. They're good people. I want to believe that. I want to believe they are. And I'm scared that one day I'll stop believing that. I don't want to stop believing that. I just, the more I go on, the more it feels like the only people who get to make it in this world are monsters. I don't want to. For the longest time, I didn't want to accept that, but now I see how childish I really am. Now I see. Now I see how wrong I've been.
The old man listens as you speak, and he takes the clipboard that he's holding and he says, look here at these names. And he kind of taps it to get Miix's attention.
Miix slowly turns.
Each of these signatures, that's someone who wants to help make things a bit better. It's more than just a name on a page. Each are their own person. I, for one, think you're doing things right and shouldn't give up hope. I know I'm just an old folk out here, but I think your ideal world sounds nice. And we could use some more childish fantasies. It'd be one I'd love to see one day.
Miix freezes up. They're just names on a page. It's not like that actually means anything, right?
The man just shakes his head and says, well, each one's wanting to try to help clean up the back streets. It means something to me. And to me, there's more things out there worth pursuing and chasing after than sensual fulfillment and power.
Is it really okay?
He sort of tilts his head as if asking you to go on.
Is it really okay? Believe in that kind of world? Is it?
He smiles at you and says, I think so. I can't say for sure that's the kind of world we live in, but the world's your canvas to paint. If you want to reach for that ideal world, you're the one who can. After all, it's in the hands of ones like you, our youth.
I Okay. All right. I I can I guess I can try a little longer.
He smiles and says, and that's all one can ask. I've done things in my past that I'm not proud of. Now, I can't speak on you or these companions of yours or that one you had a conversation with, but I think we all stumble sometimes when finding our way.
Do you do this with every down on their luck person you meet?
Ah, most when I can.
Huh.
I've got a lot of students after all.
Yeah. Oh, make a good teacher. I'm sorry. I don't even know your name. I'm Miix.
Miix. That's a nice name. I'm Basil.
Basil. Good to meet you. And Miix turns and puts forward a hand.
He takes your hand and shakes it. His grip is strong, stronger than you'd expect from a man of his age.
I think Miix sighs. I think I should probably. I have someone I gotta talk to.
Go. Talk to them. Don't be afraid to open yourself up.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. But yeah. Sorry.
Miix, if you're always looking for the dark and the bad in the world, that's all you will ever see. But if you look for the light, you'll often find that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sir.
You can just call me Basil.
Uh,
No need for
Mr.
formalities.
Mr. Basil. Sorry, I just.
He looks amused, if anything.
I can't give any on. I don't really have any right now, but maybe I could signature. And Miix kind of blushes a bit.
Oh, yes. He hands you the clipboard and the pen with it and says, then don't worry about the on.
It's the thought that counts, Miix says.
It is. And he says that with confidence and smiles.
Okay. And they sign and give back the clipboard, and they give a little bow, raising the ends of their dress.
He bows back to you and sits back down on the bench for a moment, looking out at the waves.
Miix turns and something's a little different. For once, the gaze in their eyes, it's one we haven't seen in a long time. And maybe it's not the way it used to be, but it's different enough. There is a glimmer of hope. A small ember. But what had once been the pathetic wisps of a dying flame. Now is a small candle that may one day, once again, erupt into a great fire. It's just whether or not Miix can protect it. And so they walk off.
And Miix, as you head off with this newfound wisdom, out in the water, how is Prior doing?
Prior loves the water. Memories never fade in Prior's mind. He keeps an iron lock on them, but goodness, remembering what it's like to be submerged up to water, to feel that cooling sensation on his skin. Oh, it's like nothing he's ever experienced before. Merru is so stingy when it comes to how long they're allowed to take a shower or how long they're supposed to be in the water for. Oh, God, for once Prior can just float on his back, feeling this final sense of coolness under his skin. Like after being doused in third-degree burns, he can finally feel cold ice water. The water isn't even that cool. Prior's skin is just always that hot, and that itch he feels constantly under his tattoos is gone. He's in heaven, his own little slice of paradise.
And Prior, as you're relaxing and in paradise, something
Dinah,
stirs
please. This is the beach
beneath
episode,
the
Dinah.
water.
Dinah. Okay, sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Prior-
Don't worry about it.
Prior is floating on his back. What does he see as he kind of opens his eyes and looks around the water?
As he opens his eyes and looks around, you can see figures begin to rise all around you. You recognize the tattoos that drip off their bodies. You hear the familiar jangle of those chains. How long has it been since you've last seen another member of the middle who wasn't from the little family?
Prior's eyes slightly open and then snap all the way up as he puts his feet beneath him and starts treading water, surrounded.
Everywhere you go, there's someone else there. And then you notice all these figures around you.
Oh. Prior treads water, surrounded by little siblings. He is without his ego. He is without his weapon. He rises to his full height and broadens his shoulders, feeling his tattoos spark, but not actually enhancing his strength. The electronics beneath the skin, long since disconnected from any network they were supposed to carry. He looks around himself and tries to catch one of their eyes with a serious, solemn expression.
And when you catch their eyes, You notice that the one whose eyes you catch is wearing a pink snorkel, and there's an excited gleam in their eyes beneath the goggles. As you hear one of the ones behind you go, "No way, a big brother's here?" And the sister next to him goes, "Yeah, those tattoos, there's no way he isn't one." Man, this is so fucking cool. Wait, fuck, we gotta be showing respect, don't we? You should be watching your manners. What, me? You're the one who shouted out first. And they all start to back away a little bit, as if not sure how you're about to react.
They're not the only ones. Pryor is unsure how he's supposed to react, as he sort of finds his feet in the sand, raises as much of his body up out of the water as possible, and looks at them all as he nods and goes, "Siblings, enjoying the water?"
Yes, big brother. And they all kind of like nod to you.
Excellent. Well, well, it's been a while since I was recognized so easily. Here I hadn't expected to be known until I had made my way to the party, but it seems you all have caught me on my day off.
We're very sorry to interrupt you.
No need to apologize. After all, we are family, right?
They all cheer at that and go, "Yeah!" And they seem a lot more comfortable once they realize that you're not inflicting vengeance on them for interrupting your day off.
No. You! He points at the one who generally seems to be the leader.
Yes.
Do you want me to call you something other than sibling?
My name's, I'm Little Brother Brad.
Brad. It's a good name. Strong name. You from U Corp, Brad?
Yes I am. Sir.
Good. Well, a long time ago, I was here for quite a while. I remember every port and every dock. The one thing I know about this beach is, there's nowhere for us to hang our hats, is there? Where have you all been staying?
Well, we've been staying in our party boat. We just stopped for a quick beach day, but we were gonna sail off again soon.
Well, if that's the case, Pryor looks at them, and for a moment he sees these excited faces of these little siblings, and an idea strikes him, as he says, "You all seem like you all could use some guidance, some proper lessons. Maybe you came here for a day off, but I'm gonna put you all to work."
Sure, yes, sir. They all kind of like stand attentive, and one of the little brothers in between tries to jump to attention and almost slips and falls in the water, and the little sister behind him grabs him and straightens him back up. With the jingling of chains.
Your center of gravity is lower than you think when you're wearing all those chains. Square your shoulders and you won't lose your balance.
Thank you, big brother. And he does as told.
Rule number 1, take all criticism as a sign that you can do better. I don't critique that which I don't think can improve. Rule number 2, under my employ, you can question what I say. Do not doubt my wisdom, but always feel free to add your own input. There is no greater way to prevent our success than if a family is not willing to talk among themselves. And rule number 3, the most important rule, I'm going to need somewhere to sit if I'm going to teach you anything else about how we do things where I'm from in the middle. Come, let's go build a sandcastle. And Pryor would like to make a leadership roll.
Please go right ahead, and you can add your big brother fame.
Absolutely.
It is a DC 2 because you are from the middle.
I'm gonna spend a willpower.
All right. That was a 7 success crit, 8 success crit.
I'll take that.
They all look very excited. And they'll cheer and say, "We shall follow you."
That you shall. Listen to my words, follow my instructions. Stand in line, follow my lead. I will show you what to do and how to be. And so long as you listen to my every word, I promise you will leave this day stronger than you entered it.
There is an excited look in their eyes at that. And you can see one of the little sisters kind of starts like flexing her muscles. And they'll line up, as you said, and follow you in a line.
Pryor leads them in a march across the beach, and as he does, he surveys it and finds the perfect spot.
And I imagine you all get to work.
Pryor gets to supervising the work. In fact, Pryor is gonna dig for some tools. And I think as he's opening up his containment unit, he distributes some less impressive gear. And I think that is where I think Pryor is going to just let them do their work.
Absolutely. And as they get to work, can you roll me one more leadership composure roll, adding your fame for how well they all work and how efficient they are all at building this sandcastle?
Silly, what role would that be? Sorry, I didn't hear that quite.
Leadership composure.
Oh, I will absolutely roll another leadership composure, 100%. You know that is my stat.
Yes.
And let's go call it be 7 successes.
7 successes? Wonderful. All right. And we'll return to see how the sandcastle building is going. But first, Merru.
Yes.
If I remember right, you are on the search for some food with your bucket.
Yes. No, Merru, while all this is going on, Merru has been spending his time doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And by that I mean collecting whatever potentially edible things, he can find from digging in the sand and whatnot. Because he, as I've mentioned, has been very paranoid about their dwindling on. So, like if he can get enough food, then they can hopefully survive on that once they cook it, and the rest of their rations for a while. He's trying any normal means to find food for everybody. And I would say he's found like a number of those like little snails that he's pretty sure those are the snails that fancy people eat. Can't say for sure, he's never had them, but he's pretty sure. And he's been plucking them from the wet sand or the rocks that they've stuck themselves to, and just dropped them all in his bucket. He's pretty good at scavenging, actually, even if he's not in his normal environment. I would say he's probably been able to snatch like a crab or two as well that was skittering around. And I mean, he doesn't really know how to cook any of this stuff, but he'll probably just try to force Miix to let him use his tablet, emphasis on his, Merru's tablet, later to look up how to properly cook them. He sure it shouldn't be that hard. But I would say, like, eventually he kind of finds that it's a little too hard to carry the bucket and catch the crabs. Because he's kind of worried about putting the bucket down and someone taking it. And catching crabs with one hand is a little difficult. So he's gonna probably want to try to put the bucket down for now. But yeah, like I said, he can't just leave it unattended. So actually, would Merru be able to go look for Yuna?
Absolutely. You don't need to make a roll. You can just return to where you all left Yuna at the beginning of the day.
Right. He will do so then.
Merru, when you come up on Yuna is sitting on one of those, like, beach chairs under an umbrella. They have a drink. It looks like it's kind of like a greenish color. It looks like it's probably a lime soda of sorts. And when Yuna sees you approaching, at first it looks like there's a bit of, oh god, what is it this time, in their eyes, but then they seem like genuinely a little bit relieved also, and they're just like, do you need something, Merru?
Yeah, Merru approaches Yuna, kind of, a neutral expression on his face. He doesn't look concerned or anything like that. He just walks right up to them and goes, Yuna, you're not doing anything important, right?
Yuna looks at where they were relaxing, and then looks back at Merru and says, I guess not.
Merru, he hums a little to himself as he considers Yuna for a bit, tilts his head from side to side, and then nods a little to himself and says, well, you'll do, I guess. And then, unceremoniously, places the bucket of little snails and other critters beside them.
Do you hand it to Yuna, or do you just put it, like, on the ground next to Yuna?
If there's, like, so you said Yuna's sitting in one of the little beach chairs? Is that what you said?
Yes, yeah. Yuna got up when you came over, but
okay. So Merru puts it on the beach chair.
Yuna looks at the bucket and is gonna try to lift it.
Don't touch that.
Yuna starts to try to pull it, finds that they can't lift it even if they wanted to, and then goes, okay, what do you want me to do with this?
Is it not obvious? This is your dinner. This is our dinner, including yours. So, I'm not done. I mean, this is just part of what we're going to be eating. What, you think I was going to take a break?
Yuna looks kind of sick and then looks back at Merru and is like, I'm okay, fine, whatever. What? Okay, so what do you want me to do with our dinner?
I mean, is it not obvious? I just said I'm not taking a break. I gotta catch more, but carrying a bucket and catching food is a little hard, when you're doing it all yourself, because nobody else will. But anyway, your job is really, really easy. Just do not knock the bucket over. Do not let any of those stupid seagulls flying around get at that. Do not look away from it, because I don't want anyone taking this away. So do not let anyone take it from you. Remember, your food too. Got it?
Fine. Got it. Okay.
Merru seems satisfied with
be able
that.
to relax.
Merru just he nods and he goes, good. Well, I will be back, okay? Like, I will. I'll know if even a single snail is missing from this bucket. I'll know.
You counted?
Of course I have.
Okay, fine. I'll make sure none of it gets taken.
well, carry on.
Yuna
And-
just kind of looks sadly down at the fact that their chair is now taken up by the bucket. Goes to try to sit on the end of the chair, sees it start to tilt and the bucket start to almost tip over, and scrambles off the chair and just kind of stands awkwardly under the umbrella.
Merru does not care. He was totally lying about counting the snails, by the way. Just putting it out there. But he's glad that Yuna didn't question it. And he, he decides to go, head back to the water, you know? I assume there's nothing stopping him from going back over there.
Nope, he's able to go back into the water.
Whoa. He's not in the water. He's by the shore. That's important.
My bad. He's able to go by the shore of the water.
Thank you. Now, his new plan is that he wants to catch crabs, right? He wants to catch the little crabs, kill them right then and there, so they won't bite him or pinch him or whatever, and then go catch more. But he has been struggling just a little bit. What he's kind of doing right now as he hunts for crabs is that he's been doing like that thing where he's running after the crabs that are trying to escape to the water and then promptly running away whenever the waves start rolling in. And it's not because he's scared. Really, he's not scared. I mean, he's stared down abnormalities and assassins and distortions like in the face, and he is not bad in an eye, you know? So it's not that like a little bit of water is scaring him. Like that's stupid, like and childish and embarrassing, frankly. But every time like a little wave crashes to the shore, I mean, he can't help but hurry away from it. I mean, he never learned to swim back in his home district, so he is what's a good word for this? Cautious? Yeah. Now, he tells himself that he's simply just being cautious as he does this.
Merru, each time, you don't notice it at first, but each time you start to run away from the waves, you can hear these little giggles, and there's a group of kids in the water who are watching you judgmentally, and each time you like run away from the wave, they start giggling.
Oh my god. Alright, well, I mean, naturally Merru notices the eyes on him. I don't even think he needs the prosthetic eye to pick up on that. He probably can just see that. He'll eventually stop and just stare directly at them with a little frown. And I mean, it's not that he feels self-conscious. I mean, really, he's not self-conscious. It's like he's not scared. None of that. I mean, he does furrow his brows and he goes, "The hell you staring at, huh?" In an attempt to make them go away. And I do want to ask.
Yes.
Can I don't get to use this very often, so I want to take the opportunity. Is there some kind of intimidation roll I can make to see if maybe Merru can scare the kids away? Like
Oh, were you gonna suggest the stat? Because I was gonna say probably a charisma intimidation, but if you have a different thing you would suggest.
You know, I have 3 dice for that. I can try charisma intimidation.
If I could make a suggestion.
Please.
Yes, please.
I mean, because Merru is trying not to back down, could we say a resolve intimidation?
Ooh.
I'll allow that. I'll allow a resolve intimidation.
Yeah. That's better. That gives me 2 more dice.
These kids have a DC free to scare
DC
them.
3, okay.
Yes.
DC 3.
What are these children made of?
Alright.
That's fine. They've been watching the other side of the wall at the beach where you can see the crabs happening, okay?
You know what? That's actually a very fair point.
Fair enough. Listen, he's scary. He's scary. Scary? Telling myself
We'll see.
He's scary!
Alright, how do you scare these children?
I mean, I think he starts to slowly walk towards the water hoping the wave doesn't come in, of course. And he's like, "You got something to say to me? Huh?"
And there's almost, as you're speaking, I imagine they might see for a moment a flicker of shadows behind you. And they all kind of start scrambling away, splashing up water as they do. And as they're turned around, another wave starts to come in.
Oh my god. Well. Merru takes a step back. He takes a step back. But he does let the waves kind of like pass by him. It only gets to like his feet, of course, but and even though he's managed to make the stupid nest kids run off, he does frown just a little more as he stares at the water now. He didn't let the stairs get to him. He decides that he is simply choosing to go in there because he needs to. He needs to, really, to get more food. He needs to save Ange. And the crabs are in the water. That's it. He needs to go in there. So, he is going to, in a very determined fashion, as if he was not running away from them this whole time, walk into the water. Because he needs to. He simply needs to, and he's not thinking about the kids that were laughing at him. He's not. So he decides to keep searching for the crabs once he's in there, because he's like, okay, this isn't that bad. It's almost like a giant bath. It's just water, right? Not like he's gonna go for a swim. He's just going to catch crabs. I think he'll like slightly bend over a little as he's chasing like the little crabs that are skittering under the water. He's a little slower than usual. He's noticing that it's a little harder to run in the water, especially with sand underneath it. And I think at some point he even like the water gets like a little past his knees. He doesn't really even realize because he's just so busy chasing after stuff. I'm trying to think. I mean, that's kind of what he's doing right now.
Merru,
Yes.
as you see one of the crabs skittering around, and you go to grab it, you know how waves sometimes
Oh, no.
come when you don't expect them, even when you think you have the rhythm down?
Yes. Oh no, Cinna, no.
One of the waves crashes into you and knocks you over.
Oh, like into the water.
Yes, into the water.
Okay. See, okay. Even oh god, being knocked over by a wave is not a great experience. I think Merru, I would say maybe. Would I be allowed to say that at the very last second, his prosthetics kind of pick up that there's something coming, but he's not sure what?
Yes. Yes.
And he's able to look behind him just in time to see the wave crash into him.
You get a full mouth of salt water,
Ew.
I
Okay.
imagine,
Great. Yeah.
crashing into
No.
you and dragging you under.
Yeah. No. Merru definitely that. Yeah. No. Merru. He kind of tumbles a bit in the water, as the wave crashes over him. Like I said, he can't swim actually. This isn't very good. He doesn't really know what to do here. He probably starts to panic a bit. And tries to gather himself, but there's just so much happening. You know, when you get knocked over by a wave, you're kind of like at the mercy of it. And I think he's kind of just flailing around a little bit, to be honest.
The more you flail, the more you seem to sink. The water starting to like rush into your lungs.
Yeah.
And
This isn't
as
good.
you're flailing, You feel a strong hand grab you by the back of the shirt and
Oh.
pull you out of the water.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, when Merru's pulled out of the water, I think he immediately, like, probably starts hacking up that water, coughing. Probably doesn't even realize that somebody grabbed him, just that he's out of the water. And then he rubs at his eyes. And even though they sting, he's able to blink them open, but his prosthetic eye is noticeably glitching way more than usual. And his horns are flickering just a little bit. And that's when he realizes that he's been grabbed. And he starts flailing again and looks up at who grabbed him, and he goes, who the fuck are you? Let me go! Let me go!
Whoa, you okay, little dude?
What the fuck are you calling little dude? Let me go!
Uh-oh. He gently deposits you down on the sand.
Merru, he immediately takes, like, 3 steps back, notices the tattoos, and he goes, oh shit. You don't get closer. Who are you?
I'm Brad. I'm Listen, come with me, alright?
I'm not going anywhere with, and he stares at the tattoos. Syndicate member?
He kind of looks you up and down, and then he goes, actually, I'm a member of the middle. But that's not important. Come on, we need you. And he picks you up again by the back of your shirt and starts dragging you along the beach.
Let me go! And Merru continues to flail a bit. But there's not really much. I'm not even gonna ask to roll. I know he's weak.
Oh no. Trust me, you're not gonna be able to escape his hold. As he drags you off down the beach to who knows where.
Yeah, who knows where? Oh no.
Meanwhile, Miix, you were searching for someone, weren't you?
Yes, actually, I was gonna suggest someone if you don't mind.
Yes.
I was hoping if Kai is game, Miix will be looking for Kai.
Oh, sure. It's been a while. He probably caught up with Precious by now.
Yay.
Only like a decade worth of lore to dump in like an hour.
Hi. Precious bid you farewell, I imagine, as the two of you had caught up, and you're able to run into Miix again as you return back to the beach from the restaurant huts.
Kai. I think, yeah, Kai is doing probably the best that he's been in, like, ages. And seeing Miix, he perks up, having moved past their strange, like, honestly, I don't even know that he, unless you brought it up, would even remember, really, the weird tension that they had a couple days ago when he tried to thank them, for bringing him out of his distortion. And he, just waves at Miix, like, smiling, like, like, oh, that's one of my friends that I just talked about. I care about.
Yeah. Miix looks nervous, anxious, a little upset. It's, expression that the others have sort of gotten used to seeing on Mix's face. And Miix is kind of wringing their hands together as they look over at Kai and they say, oh, Kai, trying to act casually as if they hadn't hoped they would find him.
When Kai sees the apprehensiveness on Mix's face, or the more downtrodden look, he kind of remembers where everyone else is at, and, compartmentalizes his feelings a little bit. Not that he isn't still happy, but that Miix coming up to him isn't super common, so it's someone that he needs to be there for, and I think that he will try to have an open expression when, just responding like, yeah, hi Miix, were you looking for me, or what have you been up to?
Million responses fly through Mix's head. A lot of them snarky, annoyed, hostile. But Miix manages to push those away. And they say, I was actually looking for you. I was hoping we could talk, actually.
He tilts his head at Miix. Sure. I was just over at one of the little cafes, but was there anywhere in particular you wanted to, or just here, or?
Either one, wherever you want.
If you wanna say anything, I'm all ears.
Yeah. Yeah, Miix nods, and they sort of look around, and maybe not a cafe, but like there's, I imagine like somewhere to sit, maybe like one of those like sort of open bars you see, just somewhere they can sit and not really be interrupted. And they slowly guide Kai to one, and they sit down, and invite Kai to sit down with them.
Kai will follow Mix's lead.
So, you look good. You look happy, I suppose.
Yeah, it's been a tiring couple days. I ran into someone that I was very close to before, and we had a really nice conversation. So I'm just, I'm happy, but that's, not relevant right now. It kind of like shoes the whole tangent he would have gone on away. What did you want to talk about?
Um, um, I and Miix kind of looks down at the bar, tapping their fingers. They look ashamed. I wanted to apologize. Um,
Kai looks a bit confused and kind of like shoulder bumps Miix into not necessarily looking him in the eyes, but like, making sure they don't shrink into themselves too much. What are you talking about?
I they again aren't sure what to say. Been a while since Mix has had a conversation like this with anyone really. And they say I when you were trying to talk to me after your distortion,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry for acting the way I did. I just I it wasn't right.
I nods at Miix to continue, not wishing to interrupt them.
I I didn't I didn't I know you were I think you were trying to reach out to me and I just slapped your hand away and I wanted to apologize.
Kai looks Kai looks a little happy to hear that. Not that he was remotely upset at Miix, but it seems like progress on Mix's part, at least on the journey that it seems Miix wants to be on. And he says, he kind of folds his fingers together and puts his chin on them, looking at Miix, and goes, I'm no hard feelings there at all, but I am happy to know that it's something that you are. I assume this means you want to not do that anymore? Did you want to reach out to me?
I I. Okay. I guess I do. Yeah. I guess so. I just. It's been.
Hmm.
It's been a lot recently. Just everything that's been going on. I just. You know.
Yeah.
I know I haven't treated you well. Miix says, as if slowly writing the lines in their head and then reading them from the script they've written. I know I have not been fair to you, and I wanted to apologize for that.
You are forgiven.
Okay.
Anything else you want to talk about?
I do not know if there is anything else I can think of. And Miix is still wringing their hands. The anxiety is palpable on their face.
I don't. Kai's trying not to sound like a know-it-all when he says this, but he kind of squints at Miix and tilts his head. And he's like, I don't know that. And I'm not. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm being rude in any way, but I don't think you would have this much anxiety about whatever this conversation is if it was just apologizing to me for things I already forgave you for. I mean, you said you wanted to reach out. No one else is here. Whatever you say is confidential. I hope you know that. They trust me. You know,
I do
'cause
trust you. I
we're
do.
friends.
I do.
Hmm.
I trust you a lot.
So then if you trust me, talk to me.
I don't. It's not easy for me to pull aside the veil, or lift the veil, I guess, pull aside the curtain. I've gotten used to putting on a mask. It's a bad habit I know. I've gotten used to lying to people.
And you're trying to stop doing that now?
I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to stop that. I just. I. You know, growing up, I just. I always had to do that, you know? I always had to pretend. That I was someone that I'm not.
Hmm.
And I guess I always associated with being honest with a bad thing, I guess. And I saw it more and more as a dangerous thing. And it scares me being, I guess, talking with you. I want to be honest with all of you. I mean, you
Hmm.
make me want to tell you everything in different ways. I So I guess I can try. I'm I'm sorry for being so out of it these past couple days, weeks.
It's been a lot to deal with. You know, you've seen me and Pryor stumble pretty hard as well in those same couple weeks. You know, I have to give you props for your resilience.
I don't really know if that's fair. You know, do you remember when I trapped Nero?
Yeah, at the train station. Yeah.
I I I talked with him, and I wanted an answer, and I didn't like the one that I got. I haven't liked the answers that I've gotten across this entire trip. I I I'm scared. I'm scared. I, I don't know what I thought the world would be like, but it's not what I thought it was. It's not like a fairy tale. It's cruel. It's painful. It's sad. And I always thought it would be better. I always thought that. I always hoped, I guess. I always hoped that it would be a little better. And it's not. I thought that maybe the world is just like this. Maybe that I was the one in the wrong. Maybe that I was just an idiot this entire time, but maybe I thought I was just one of those people who get swept away by this world eventually. That I'd either be dead or I'd turn into someone like him. But there's this part of me. There's this part of me. There's this part of me that I keep trying. I wish it would make up its mind, you know? I wish it would. I wish it would give up. Because it'd be easier. But it doesn't. It doesn't. It still wants to hope that maybe there's another way. There's a part of me that still denies the way the world is. I thought I lost it, but apparently not. And I know it's childish. I know it's... I know it's foolish, but part is still there, and that makes everything hurt even more. So I get scared about talking to people. I get scared about letting people in because I don't want to lose anyone. I was scared of talking to you because I don't want to lose you, Kai. You're important to me. I don't want to lose you. I want you to stay with me. I want all of you to stay with me. I just...
Kai has been very focused on everything that Miix has been saying. Not waiting his turn to speak, just taking in everything. And it's by far the most that Miix has opened up to him. I mean, Miix really hasn't opened up to him before in the first place, so this kind of thing means a lot. And he is quiet for a little bit before he puts his hands back down on the bar and kind of like in a gesture of comfort that he has done before, but it's been a minute. He feels like Miix is the kind of person who would appreciate he like very slowly wraps his arm around their side in like a side hug. It's a bit unfamiliar, or it's a bit almost familiar in the way the deja vu is, because it's been so long, and it's a very distant thing. And like squeezes a little bit before trying to find the words to validate everything Miix just said. And he turns to them and he says, you were always kind, Miix. Generous, for as long as I've known you, even if I've felt conflicted about some of your methods, or I've disagreed with, your ideals, I suppose. I think it's good that there are people like you in the world. I think you have to stay that way. I think you should feel good at your core that you are the way that you are, that you are, I don't know, I don't think it's naive, I just don't know a better word for it. When I was gone and everything was dark and muffled and muted, I heard you, and I don't remember everything that you said, but I heard you crying, and I don't know, I heard a desperation from you that I feel maybe some of us lack a little bit. I think you have a lot of... I think you really wear your heart on your sleeve. I think that is a good thing. And while I have lacked a lot of the emotional experiences that you've talked about, the struggles that I've gone through in my life have been very different from yours. I don't doubt for a second my ability to tell a good person from the bunch. And you aren't one of few. I think you're one of many. A lot of them just lack the bravery that you've grown to have. I think that the world is maybe closer to the way that you see it than the way that some of us do. Even if at least the world that most people want to live in, I'm glad that you aren't giving in, that you aren't giving up hope. I mean, honestly, I've watched you move mountains with sheer willpower, and I didn't think you were the type to stop fighting now. As much as I've seen you falter, I've also seen some incredible strength from you in times of need. And, not just in the physical, I think that you are a very powerful person. Every Prior and Merru have their have very individual strengths. I think you do too, and I think it's something that you'll have to grow into. I just, you've had less, I guess, experience having to fight than all of us. And it's never easy to start that kind of thing. It isn't. It's just that it's been so long for all of us that we've forgotten how difficult it is to experience loss all the time. It kind of fades into the background, but I don't think that it will for you, and I think that that's a strength. I don't think that's a weakness. You know? Since I've come out of everything, I feel like a lot's happened. You talked about brushing me off, or not treating me well. I did not treat you the best for a very long time. And maybe it wasn't to your face, but that might be even crueler. I hate to say it, I really did think that you were kind of young and dumb when I first met you, and I felt that way until I almost watched you get crushed to death, and it was really only then that I saw how much strength that you had. And it wasn't just the fact that you had strength, but that I was scared that you were going to die, that I realized that I cared about you. And that's been a source of guilt for me for a really long time, because you just clearly care so much about the people around you. And I admire that a lot about you. But I've been having to think about, I guess, why the way that I am since everything's happened, beyond some unfortunate events when I was young, leading me to make some difficult decisions. I made all those decisions myself, and I think that you should choose to continue to be a person that cares. I didn't. I burnt a lot of bridges that would have made things a lot easier for me. I just, I feel a lot of shame for my disconnect from the people around me, for my pushing the blame onto others when I did bad things, realizing how awful I was without ever really acknowledging it, let alone caring. Continuing a cycle of abuse, like the person that, like the reason I got these scars in the first place. I continued that cycle, and I roped every person I knew into my delusion that I was a victim, or, just following orders. And it was all my will to do those bad things, but at the same time, I think your worldview is, even if it's not fully developed, because you are young, and you lived a very different life than all of us did, and this is all so new to you, but I don't think that it's naive. I think people can come back. I think it's worth trying. I don't know. I might... If you think that I'm a good enough person to be worth apologizing to, even though you have seen me very callously end people's lives for next to no reason, if you still think that I'm good, then I think that a lot of people are. And I think that you're smarter than you give yourself credit for. So I hope that can be a comfort to you.
Miix is silent for a minute. They nuzzle into Kai's neck and say, I know that I know that everything I've seen is horrible. I know that we've all been through horrible things. I know that we've all done horrible things. I guess you're right. Maybe it's because I haven't seen everything. Maybe it's because of other things. But I do think you're worth apologizing to. I think that I don't know. I just want to believe. I just want to believe. And I want to be able to make the people I care about, people I love, happy. I want to make you happy. And Miix takes one of Kai's hands into their own, both of theirs. I want to make you happy. I think you deserve to be happy. I think everyone does.
And I hope that you... this is the second time Kai's hand has been held in, like, the last couple days, which is probably the most times his hand has been held in a couple years. So that's something. He's trying not to stare down at too hard. Or this is the third time his hand's been held. Jeez. I hope that you continue to fight to live in the world that people like you want to make, even if you can't change everything. I think there's a place for you. And I don't think it's a naive worldview to want things to be better. I think that's just having hope. And there's never been anything wrong with that. and wanting to make the people around you happy, I think by doing what makes you happy would be what brings me the most joy, at the least. You know, knowing I was following someone that had such high aspirations. Being able to help however I can. You know, I'm glad that you care about me, and that you care about the others. And I want to help you just as much as I want to help the others do whatever it is that you aspire to. So I think that you should shoot for whatever it is your goal is, and find satisfaction in the fact that you've made anything better, even for individuals, because you've certainly given me a new person to admire, and I think that means something, and I hope that means something to you, even if you want to make changes that are much more wide-sweeping. Is there a way Kai can, like, subtly pull his palms back because they're probably beginning to sweat? Or his hands back because his palms are beginning to sweat from Miix without offending them?
If Kai begins to pull away, Miix will let go.
But, I'm here to listen to you, or talk to you, or reassure you, or, do whatever I can to help. You know, it's never a burden on me to be there for the people that I care about.
I want to do the same for you. You know? I don't want to just rely on you. I want you to rely on me too. Please, I want to be able to be there for you.
All right. You'll listen to me even though I might not at first have all the same... Ooh, how do I mean, you know what kind of a person I was, I think, to some extent, at least, and who I am. I'm in an in-between spot right now, you know? I don't want you to compromise your morals just to appease me, is all. So, you know, you can argue back when I accidentally belittle someone's life, or whatever I might do. I will still trust you to be a person to talk to. I don't like a yes man, you know?
Yeah.
I've always appreciated your contribution to that dynamic in the group. You know, without you in prior... I don't know. I think me and Merru would have gone through... I don't want to discredit Merru. I would have just tried to kill my way to my goal, and I'm really glad that there are people like you to stop me from doing that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll talk to you.
Okay. I'm glad. And Miix still still nuzzled into Kai. They think about a guilt they still have in their heart about something they've still yet to share. And there's a lump in their throat. They want to say something, but there's just no words left to say. And so Miix keeps quiet for the moment. And they just wrap an arm around Kai and push themselves against him, taking comfort in his presence.
And as the two of you do so, I think this is where we're going to take our intermission. Hello, everyone. We are back. And I am so very excited to continue this session. Managers have finally had a chance to relax on the beach. They all split up to do their own things, with Kai running into Precious, also known as Emily, one of the girls he used to work on the street with. Precious was very happy to see him and relieved to hear that he was doing better and has a family now he can count on. Miix was going for a walk and ran into an old man named Basil who was collecting signatures in order to hire a fixer office to help clean up the beach and crabs. The two had a conversation regarding Miix's ideal world, and the old man telling Miix that they shouldn't give up hope. Prior, meanwhile, went to soak out in the water when he was attacked by a bunch of little siblings. Excited to see a big brother out here, and who, when he told them they were going to go build a sandcastle, eagerly got right to work. And Merru, meanwhile, was searching around for snails and seaweed and crabs and other sorts of food he could scavenge. But when he got a little too close to the water and knocked over by a wave, one of the little brothers ended up saving him. And lastly, Miix and Kai both had a conversation where Kai reassured and comforted Miix. And the two realized they can rely on each other going forward. And now, where we are, Merru, you've been dragged across the beach by this little brother. And you can see in the distance this giant castle made of sand.
Yeah, definitely can see that. It's definitely hard to miss. Merru, I think at first he thinks that he has to be seeing things. Because he was definitely struggling, trying to get out of this little brother's hold. But he kind of stops doing so as he sees the giant sand castle in getting closer, and he's like, "What on earth is that? Where are you taking me?"
I'm taking you to the big brother.
The what? Merru, he kind of freezes. He... That doesn't sound good. Merru's just the who?
The big brother.
Maybe we misunderstood each other. Thank you for grabbing me in the water, but can't we just part ways here?
Nope. I have to report on the vengeances that you did.
Vengeance? What kind of fucking vengeance did I do?
And without even answering Merru, little brother Brad loudly announces outside the castle, "Big brother, I have returned." And would the big brother of the sandcastle like to describe what Merru finds?
Industrial. That's how you would describe the inside of the sandcastle. The walls are polished to a sheen. There are pillars of sand, packed, dense. Not a hole in sight. Not a chip in the perfectly even ground. You are dragged down an intricately laden path to the foot of a throne cast in sand, covered in bright red plastic. Sticking out, the tools that made this very place arranged like the plumes of a bird. From every which angle, chains hung from them that dance across the ground. The figure who sits on the throne seems much larger than his size would implicate. Perhaps it's the distance between the ground and the throne. Perhaps it's the fact that you have been pushed down before his reverence. Gazing with muddy eyes, all 5 of them, the bored king of the castle rests atop his throne of sand and chains, dispassionately eyeing the work of his subordinates.
As Merru is dragged into this castle, he probably becomes more and more concerned as he realizes that this is quite literally, somehow, he doesn't know how, a literal castle built of sand. Like inside and out. He is, he wasn't so concerned about being dragged to see a big brother about his quote-unquote vengeances, he would probably be a little in awe at how on earth they could have made something like this. But as he is shoved before this throne, he feels a bit, almost like he's shaking just a little bit, and finally looks up at who he's going to have to somehow deal with now, only to see that it's Prior, of all people, and his nervous eyes kind of widen in confusion, and then narrow, and then he goes, Mr. Pryor?
Don't talk to the big brother like that.
What? Merru
And-
ignores that and looks back up at him and goes, what is going on?
Little sibling Brad. Why
yes.
you bring me this one?
Yes, Big Brother Pryor. I've completed 29 out of 100 good deeds so far, but I'm here to report on this little dude's vengeances. He splashed water on a little sibling's clothes. He was rude to a little sibling. He struck a little sibling, and he has possession of propaganda. And the little brother picks up that Fixer magazine that Merru was reading earlier on the beach and must have sat down in the sand before wading into the water and kind of shakes it around.
Are you kidding me? What? And Merru, he's just so... He's losing those nerves from before, and he goes, I was drowning! What do you expect from me?
Brad, you rescued this one from drowning.
Yes.
Exceptional work. As I have said, we are fulfilling the greatest vengeance of all, the vengeance against this city. The Middle's reputation has been turned sour and bitter. For too long have we been shown disrespect. But that disrespect comes from fear. Improper fear of us. Only by perpetuating against the eldest grudge we can hold, the grudge against this very city itself, can we be truly overcome of all the vengeances we hold. As for this minor inconvenience, in the terms of carrying out your greater vengeance, I, in my authority, shall say, we will forgive this one for their slight transgressions, as I have forgiven all today. I have been caught in the most generous of moods. You may rise, Merru, and speak as if you were family. I grant you permission. Welcome to the castle of the Middle.
Right. Merru stands up, brushes himself off a little bit, and then properly takes a look around at the place they built, I suppose, and goes, okay, Pryor, what is this? How did you... is this really what you've been doing with your day? Building a sandcastle?
Indeed. These siblings had exceptional capabilities and skill. Brad has an excellent sense of interior design and architecture. Bonnie is very, very talented at moving large quantities of sand and making sure that the mold. B is a wonderful sculptor. And Anna, well, Anna Young knows what she's good at. Yes. No, we have an exceptional team here, and I have decided to take advantage of their skills and show them that while perhaps so far they have only been asked as little siblings to enact vengeance, that they have far more capability than that. That they can build something greater, and if they wish to go anywhere in this city and their futures, they must understand how to not just destroy, but to create. That the Middle never forgets. But, well, we remember the vengeances done against us. How we act on them is our own prerogative. The books give them a guideline, but only they control what they act upon. And today I have had them act upon something greater than the sum of their parts. Put them to work, as I have before, to build something. And Pryor rises from his throne. Something grander. Something unconquerable. It's beautiful, isn't it?
They all cheer. They're all cheering Merru around you.
Merru, pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs and goes, all right, so you're playing a big syndicate version of House. I see. All right. Glad to see that you're making something of your day, Mr. Breyer.
Oh, I am making many things of my day, Merru. I am
sure you
making a wonderful day. And I am glad that you're okay. As I said, I have my siblings out and, well, putting themselves to use. Good deeds. True and genuine good deeds.
Right.
And you can see from the looks on their faces, they are enjoying it as much as the beach has. I mean, the Syndicate being here would normally be a source of terror and frustration. Now, I see the people of the nest actually smiling as they see the little siblings going to and fro. It's the smallest of choices that have the biggest impact.
Right. Well, I guess in the name of good deeds, can I have my, and he does little air quotes, propaganda back?
Yes, Brad, return his, documents to him.
Let's call it a magazine.
Here you go. If the big brother decrees it. And he
Thank
gives
you.
it back.
Merru, he takes a look at the Fixers Monthly and he goes, right, I never got a chance to even read this. I mean, guess no time like the present. At least one of us, and he stares at Pryor, but doesn't verbally call him out by name. One of us is still trying to stay on top of things relating to ourselves here. And I don't really care if I'm in some absurdly huge castle of sand or whatever. I am still here to do my job. And to make a point of it, Merru opens up the Fixers Monthly magazine right in front of all of them and begins to flip through some of the pages and scan the articles for some story of use that it might be relevant to them. And begins to read it aloud to everyone. And he goes, all right. Well, says here, that a smaller syndicate was wiped out by a fixer office that was relatively unknown until now. I mean, I bet all those fixers are getting a boost in their grade after this. And it says that they owe their victory to a specialized gear they got from an up-and-coming workshop that was recently reviewed by the Trade Association. I mean, that's kind of cool. I mean, that could be useful information, don't you think? I mean, good. It's good to know what workshops are making waves. That's useful, right?
Pryor is deeply intrigued. He is sat back on his throne and has one finger curled underneath his chin, resting his cheek on his arm. He uses his other hand to wave away any little siblings who have to get back to their work, and leans into Merru. Quite fascinating, actually. Tell me more.
Well, there's not really much. It says it's still a developing story. I mean, this is last month's edition at this point, so I'm sure there could be more information in an upcoming, what's the word for this? Edition? Yeah, edition. But let's see if there's anything else of use. And then Merru pauses. His eyes, they narrow a bit as he reads some headline and kind of brings the magazine closer to his face for a minute and then leans back a little and in kind of an incredulous voice goes, That's absurd. What?
Pryor locks both of his feet on his ground and leans in and goes, what is it, Merru? What'd you find?
Merru takes a deep breath, and he taps his foot a little as he starts explaining what he just read, and he goes, okay, so says here that there's this like love triangle between these like two well-known people in the Seven Association and one in the because of of course they're from the fucking she. And he rolls his eyes after mentioning them. Because of course they're involved. Of course, they really can't get rid of them, can they? And then he goes, but anyway, that's not important. The part is, so I guess this 7 fixer pair has been together for like, I guess years, and one of them recently became director of their section. And then it says last fall they were caught on camera in District 11's nest with rings on their fingers. I mean, clearly they must have gotten engaged, right? Says the rings look real expensive. They look real happy. But in the middle of January, one of them was seen out at night with an off-duty member of the She Association. And when he was interviewed, the 7 fixer claimed he was just on business and was gathering intel. I mean, so you might think that that's, normal and not too fishy, right?
Yeah, Pryor has his hand now over his mouth, and he nods his head and goes, well, of course, the 7 Association is known for their information gathering, especially from, different sources, undercover work. It could have simply been as expected as a cross-association work meeting.
Wrong. Nope. And Merru, he points a finger at Pryor and he goes, the article says here, and I quote, the only intel he was gathering was what flavor of chapstick the she fixer was wearing, and oh wow.
Oh my god, no, it does not say that. And Pryor actually gets off his throne to go read over Meru's shoulder.
No, it does, and he points at the line. And Mr. Pryor, look at this. And he then points out a photo, and he says, "There's a photo of the two of them at a bar together, alone. They're clearly together, like duh. I mean, anyone with eyes can see that,
It's oh my goodness, oh my, and oh my god.
Yeah. And look. And Merru points at a different photo on the next page, and he taps it a few times, and he goes, the 7 director is still with him, despite that. They were spotted together a week after the news dropped. Because they're co-workers, they have to be together. Because the other one was the director, that's what it said. But if you look, the director still has a ring on her finger, but the guy doesn't.
No.
Yes.
He took. Oh my god!
Yeah, he took it off and she didn't. To be on a fly on the wall of their wherever they live.
They were co-workers too. Oh my god!
They were co-workers. Messy. Oh, Pryor. It says the guy was seen a few days later again with the she fixer.
Again?
He has no remorse. People are speculating that they've been seeing each other for way longer than they first thought. But the weird part is that he was the one who proposed to the other 7 fixer. He proposed to her, but the whole time had been seeing the she fixer on the side.
Pryor's eyes darken and he goes, such complete disrespect. This is why there is a rightful amount of vengeance. I am simply saying I know. She deserves so much better.
He does. Listen, if that was me, I'm just saying, if that was me, no, I'm not gonna go there.
No. I can't imagine the not just the betrayal, the remorselessness. He's a member of the 7 Association. Of all associations, I imagined he would understand. He would have the intel and the knowledge to know how much that would hurt another person.
You'd think. Ugh, what a piece of shit, I hate horrible men, But then Merru freezes after realizing what he said, and he slowly side-eyes Pryor before awkwardly saying, I hate horrible men who don't have remorse. Jury's still out on you. You're on thin ice still, especially after you pissed me off about the budget. I can't believe you picked Yuna's side over me. Just saying. That was kind of uncool.
I
That was right.
Listen, you were right, Merru, but sometimes being right is different than doing the right thing. You were correct, but Yuna was trying, and you don't want to punish the behavior you want to see from people. I mean, look at these little siblings. They were so afraid of me when they first met me. They thought I was going to hurt them for every small and little thing. I could have, and it would have made it much, much easier to get them to do whatever I wanted, but they needed some encouragement. They needed to be told that doing the right thing that made them feel like they were trying was good. I can't change the fact that I sided against you yet again, but I didn't want Yuna to think that everything they did would fail. I want to see them try again.
To be honest, I don't want to see them try to cook again.
No, that particular I don't want to see, but the effort to do something.
Like, yeah, same. I don't get it. They've been doing things, so I don't get why they're so whatever. I don't get it.
Well, no, I neither do I get this love affair, actually. And this wasn't even the top story.
No, it wasn't. No. I mean, actually, and Merru, he looks back at the cover and he says, this might actually be good information. I mean, it says the best and brightest new gen fixers predictions. I mean, it's probably good to know who we should look out for if we ever need.
Pryor puts a hand on his chin and goes, people we should definitely avoid for sure.
Right. And Merru starts flipping through the magazine to find the new gen fixer section, the headline.
Pryor taps his feet as he watches Merru flip through the page and goes, workshop office, love affair. Ooh, whoa, look at that advertisement, actually. Wow. Crazy that workshop took off a whole one page. Okay, right, the next section's right after that.
Yes.
And as you're all talking, you hear a voice shout, "We are under attack!
What the hell?
The ring is storming the sandcastle!" As one of the little brothers runs in panicked, and you can see like rocks and shells like being pelted behind him.
Did you say the ring?
The ring! They're here!
What?
And outside, you can all hear the sound of voices and clamoring, and this yelling of take down that hideous eyesore being yelled outside.
Pryor, it turns, his shoulders square, his jaw sets, and his eyes darken. Shadows cast over his expression, and he says, little siblings, fall behind me. I shall speak to these assailants.
They nod and do so.
Pryor ascends to the buttresses to look down upon those who are attacking the castle.
And Pryor, when you look down, you can see there are multiple members of the ring assailing the castle. They have parasols that are currently folded up, And there are other members who are scooping up rocks and sand and shells in the sand and basically tossing it at the castle.
Prior emerges, and as he does, he picks up two of the shovels, places it on his back, picks up a third, and slams it against the top of the castle wall, drawing their attention upwards.
They stop for a moment and they look up at him.
Members of the ring! You dare stand before the fortress of the middle, here on neutral territory of the beaches of U Corp's nest, and assail our structures. Who is your leader, and what say you?
They all look up at you, and in response they say, our maestros and dockets wouldn't approve of this. They kind of sweep their arms like over, gesturing at the sandcastle. This thing you've constructed on the beach as a mockery of us.
A mockery. A mockery. Gaze upon what beauty looks like. Efficiency. Uniformity. Structure. I imagine these concepts must be foreign to you.
That seems to really upset them as they lift up their parasols, basically like swords, like raising them, and say, we won't rest until we've taken this down.
Siblings of the middle, defend the sandcastle. Do not allow it to be taken down. And don't do anything that would get the cities sending fixers after us. And he looks down at the members of the middle, and he leaps over the buttresses and lands down on the ground with a slamming sort of ripple on the earth below him as he draws one of the plastic shovels from his back.
They all cheer at that, and they raise their shovels and say, we'll defend the middle!
And one of you, arm Merru.
Little brother Brad tosses Merru a super soaker.
Merru catches it. He was following prior, not as dramatically by any means, but he definitely instinctively catches it, and he's like, I'm in this now. Okay.
And you can all roll initiative. So the ring acts first, but before they do, I saw there was a defend and attack the sandcastle. All right, there's no roll here, but oh no. One moment. There we go. Ignore the little success there. Beach floaties and various plastic sand toys begin to fall down from above onto the ring members below as members of the middle start throwing them down, hearing Prior's cry. And the ring, in return, start to hurl rocks and shells back up at them as all members of the ring and all members of the middle take a point of superficial red damage. And we begin with the ring. One of the ring members acts first and runs up and tries to attack Prior.
Absolutely. Prior plants his feet, squares his shoulders, and rises above them, casting a shadow upon their form as he gazes down at them with his intensive, furious eyes.
And if you could make me a DC-free Dex Athletics to dodge.
Absolutely. I do not have my artifact on me.
You do not.
Prior is defending off of his base ability, and you know what? Prior does not want to open this up by them seeing their big brother get hit. Yeah!
Let's go!
They swing their beach parasol. Prior actually swings his swings his shovel around, and as they thrust, he catches it in the back square, and he yanks and pulls the weapon out of their hand. It sort of clatters to the ground beside him, leaving them to scramble to pick it up as he holds the shovel above his head.
And the next one sees him holding it above his head and runs in as Clay attacks. You can see this member of the ring has a scarf that looks like a film reel and is wearing a pitch black suit with little pins on it as they run up to you and try to attack you.
He laughs and says, "Of course. Focus your efforts. See where that gets you."
And you can make me a DC-free Dex Athletics to dodge.
Yep. At -1 because of second dodge of the round.
Yep.
Oh!
Ooh.
Yet again, they swing the parasol at him, and Prior, as they actually scramble for the parasol on the ground, Prior stomps his foot on the handle, and the parasol comes up and blocks the attack aimed at him as he steps out of the way and laughs and says, "Do you really think you can strike a big brother so easily? I'm not one of your teachers, but this is a lesson in your humility."
And hearing that, the rest of the ring say, "We must defend our teacher's honor." As Romeo runs up and tries to attack, sees Merru standing there and tries to attack Merru.
Oh, great.
And he happens to see the little brothers and the little sister around Merru. And instead of just attacking Merru, he's going to open the beach parasol. And you can make me a DC-4 Dex Athletics.
All right.
As the umbrella flares open wide.
Sure.
When Romeo opens it and tries to push you all back.
All right, let's roll. Yeah, no, Merru, he does not want to. He doesn't know what's going on. Frankly, he's like, okay, we're fighting now. I guess we're fighting. So, what Merru he hates getting hit by things. So naturally, he is able to tap into his little augments and avoid the attack.
And as he manages to avoid it, the middle behind him are going to try to... you do watch little brother Brad and little sister Bonnie both kind of fall over, push back as you manage to dodge, but they both get hit. And take free superficial red damage.
Merru, he briefly glances back, almost like he's gonna call out to see if they're okay, but then it stops himself and just focuses on the fight at hand.
And Brad calls out to Merru, "Don't worry about us. We got this."
Right.
And next up, Adio runs up and goes to try to attack Merru as well.
Alright.
Just you this time with the closed parasol.
That's DC 3?
Yep. DC free, Dex Athletics.
Alright, and what is it? I -1 now? Is that what you
Yep,
said?
-1.
Okay. 1 second. There we go. I think when Merru goes to dodge, he's not used to being on the sand, you know? So I think he almost kind of stumbles a bit as he attempts to dodge, but is able to just move himself out of the way and turn to avoid the parasol.
And as you manage to avoid that, the last member of the ring, Charles, runs up and tries to hit you with some pocket sand, as some sand scooped up and thrown in your face, which isn't covered by Justicia right now.
No, you're right. It's not over my eyes. Okay. So what is it, another -1?
Yep, another -1 to dodge.
Right. Okay. DC3. It's okay. We got this. Okay.
Would you like to willpower?
I mean, either way, I'm taking white damage. So either I take 2 white damage, or I take 1 white damage, and then I'm -2 penalty. You know, I'm feeling confident. I can totally reroll that and never be punished, right? Never punished.
Never
punished. Never punished. What can I say?
Pocket sand flies past your face as that ring student darts back. And next up, the little siblings rally to attention. And they'll say, "Big brother, we've got this," as Brad runs in and tries to strike Charles. That's going to be a DC free to hit. Brad tries to swing at the student of the ring, but misses. However, from above, support comes in as more floaties and sand toys get rained down, and the members of the ring take another point of superficial red damage. And that gives an opening as Anya rushes in. There is an excitement in her one visible eye, the eye patch covering the other. And she seems a little bit too excited to bash Echo over the head with her shovel. Or to attempt to, at least. As she swings and misses. And in response, Echo makes a gesture with their hand, and a bunch of the members of the ring start chucking more shells and rocks, which Anya and Bonnie and Bee and Brad hurry to try to intervene with, taking that damage. the little siblings are looking a bit beat up, but they shout out, "We'll keep fighting," as little sister Bonnie runs in. And also attempts a shovel attack. I believe in these little siblings. I believe they can do it. Or they can't. They keep swinging. Bonnie swings at play and misses. Which leaves B as the final one, who runs up to Charles, raises the shovel, and tries to hit again. And hits! As
Go!
Little Brother B actually manages to land a hit, dealing 1 red damage, 1 superficial red damage, and bringing the shovel down on Charles's head. But it's clear the little siblings are struggling a bit in this fight. As it's Pryor's turn.
Pryor would like to take a minor action if he could, to make a leadership roll to rally the little siblings.
Absolutely.
Pryor can see that they are battered, split. This is the fate of the middle. When they fail to use their unity against their enemy, he is going to rise up and dig deep into his gut, so his voice calls above the chaos of the combat. And he says, "Do not let them split your focus! In unity, there is strength! Single them out! Work together! Use your power! Overwhelm and conquer! If one of you falls, this fight is lost." And with that tidbit of wisdom and 6 successes, Pryor brings his shovel up, swings it around, and he is going to try and bring it down on the ring member who actually he brings his he attempts to bring his attack to bear against the ring member in front of him.
All right, this one right here,
Yep.
Lavinia.
Yep.
Absolutely.
-2 modifier because I took a minor action, but hopefully my inspiration will have its own effect.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? Sure, I've got the willpower to spend. I got the willpower to burn. Ah, not quite. He brings the shovel down and tries to scoop sand up into their face, but they're quickly able to open the parasol, and the sand bounces off of it. But at the very least, he's locked in combat with them. And more importantly, he points at them and says, "Marked!"
They all turn when they hear that, and they raise their shovels. And also, I saw the touched by the light. I will say, that's only healing for the managers and allies of theirs. I apologize, ring members, but I can either refund that or it would just go off to them. As we pass to Merru.
All right. Well, I mean, listen, if Merru's gonna be in this fight, it was kind of forced upon him, but if he's gonna be in this, he might as well do his job, you know? And he was given a gun, thankfully, not a shovel. So, he, let's see. Who would Merru, because Merru, unfortunately, this is not Magic Bullet, does not have AoE. That'd be kind of crazy. So who would Merru target?
No, it does.
It does?
You can hit multiple ones in a line, yeah.
What kind of super soaker? Okay, yeah, no, see, the problem, though, is I would also be hitting...
Yes, you would be hitting all the little siblings who are standing in your way.
I don't want to get their hair wet.
They probably would be very upset about that if you did.
Yeah. Okay, well, there is the one... Was this one right here, is it Lavinia?
Yeah,
Is that
Lavinia.
Is that the one who... Did that one attack prior, or what?
She's the one that Prior tried to attack and that he singled out.
Well, I mean, she's the only one who's not... Who he could hit without hitting the middle little siblings. So I think Merru's gonna just target her.
All right, absolutely. It's a DC free to hit. Oh my gosh,
All right.
I don't know why she suddenly...
Oh, well, we'll wait till the roll, and that might be appropriate.
It might be.
Let's see. Oh my god, wait, where did I go? Okay, there it is. That's right. That's right. Yeah, no. Merru, he
Super Soaker can truly hit anyone.
it really can, just like you say. And he probably, like, now he's gotten a bit more used to the sand, I think. He probably notices that Prior, quote-unquote, marked that ring member and slides up right beside him. And he goes, your little siblings are having a bit of trouble here. I'll show them how it's done. And just like with Magic Bullet, he raises it, and thankfully he knows how to aim a regular gun. It's not just the ego that's given him that power. And again, just like with Magic Bullet, he aims, fires, and strikes Lavinia right in the chest. Trying to, I guess, using the force of however strong the Super Soaker is to send her a bit backwards.
She gets sent flying back and knocked over, falling for a moment onto the sand. And she's going to take, with a 8 success crit against the DC free, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of damage.
Excellent. Merru seems quite pleased with that.
And the other ring members seem to notice that one of them is now just drenched in water. It seems to be affecting them mentally. It seems like this is not just physical damage you have done, like knocking them onto the ground through the water force. But she seems very distressed about the state of her clothes and hair.
Excellent. Merru, honestly, probably looks a little smug. Just a little.
And she points and basically says, "Everyone, destroy this castle at all costs and all those who defend it," as the ring get ready to attack again. And Play goes to attack Bonnie. There is almost a gleam, I would say, in that camera head, in that recorder. As Play scoops down and tosses some pocket sand, question mark.
The question mark really makes this attack. It terrifies me.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad to hear that. Let's see, can you dodge? Oh my gosh! The little siblings, invigorated
Go.
by what was said and their big brother calling out to them, Bonnie dodges. Little sister Bonnie manages to dodge Play's pocket sand. And next up, Charles sees B and tries to go right for B. As Charles, forgetting the sand this time, tries to jab up with the beach parasol. Let's see if B can dodge that as the umbrella comes right for them. he does get caught by the umbrella this time.
You know what? This is not technically a supernatural effect. May Pryor spend a point of willpower to force them to re-roll?
Oh, yes! You know what? With your roll from before and having called out to them, I will let you do so.
Yeah, Pryor stomps his foot, and as he sees B turn, his voice carries like a commander across the battlefield. Square your shoulders, drop your guard! And with that, he will allow them to attempt to reroll those 3 dice and perhaps take a little bit less damage from this attack.
B yells out, "Yes, sir!" and attempts to re-roll and gets to willpower. Let's see. Let's see if you can do it.
You know
know
what? It's
what?
a little bit less damage. A little bit less damage.
It's still, Charles's umbrella still caught B, but B's taking a little bit less damage this time, and that's what matters. And Echo sees Anya, and with practiced precision, Echo attempts to go to feint with the umbrella and then toss some sand in Anya's face. Sand in Anya's face. Let's see if Anya can do it.
Pryor stomps his foot again, and I will burn another point of willpower as he says, "Too boisterous! Watch your head!"
Yeah, got it, big brother, she calls out, and, this time, yeah, take the nutter, that's 1 success, as Anya manages to, some still gets in her one uncovered eye, but she avoids most of it, and Romeo goes next. Romeo runs up towards Merru. But before he can reach, Brad intercepts.
Oh. Let's go. Brad the goat.
As we're getting another carousel attack. Let's see. The middle can dodge. I believe in them. The middle can definitely dodge.
Because Pryor's not wearing ego, so if he spends willpower out the wazoo, it's not the end of the world. You know what? Pryor sees Brad's defense and he says, "Earn yourself that good deed. Take vengeance against those who said you could not. Push yourself, Brad. You have this."
Brad yells out, "Understood!" and is gonna push himself. And let's see, only has to reroll. Actually gets to reroll 3, but he's already got 2, so.
Yeah.
Let's
Come on,
see.
Brad. Come on, Brad. Just a success. You've got this.
Brad dodges.
Oh.
As Romeo attempts to take down Brad, Brad is able to dodge. Oh wait, I also just realized I think we got another attack the sandcastle. I don't think I rolled for that one yet. No. So as you all are fighting, there is another Echo basically looks to some of the other ring members who have been pelting, locked in combat with the rest of the little siblings, and basically goes, attack its defenses while they're not looking. And they're going to attempt to attack the sandcastle again. As we have another assault from below. At this point, the members of the middle are looking very battered. However, there's only one ring member left to act, and this one goes right for Pryor. And Pryor, can you make me that?
Dex Athletics, you betcha.
Yep, DC free Dex Athletics.
It comes open, and Pryor easily sidesteps the blast.
And as he does, the little siblings charge forward. All right, little sister Bonnie. I believe
I was
you.
actually going to say, I know the siblings are going, but could Pryor attempt to hand out some gear to them before they take their action?
Absolutely. They're also all going to gang up on one person.
Excellent. Pryor is going to use the advantage to take his turn, and he's going to actually take him on. Would you say we are at Desperation 1 right now?
Yes, yeah, you're all at Desperation 1.
Excellent.
Considering what you've been dealing with before, I don't think this really counts as a...
Excellent. Pryor hands out 3 pieces of gear. Brad, Bonnie, and B are the closest. Pryor reaches into his bag, and as he pulls out from his containment these little these little bits of crumbled armor contained in glass vials. He tosses them out, and as they catch them, they feel their strength increase. They're going to be able to increase their fighting pools by 2.
Oh!
And then they can take their turn.
They all look in awe at this, and then charge forward as they say, "Attack the one that was marked for vengeance!" As Bonnie runs in and is going to attack with a +2 dice. Bonnie hits. The shovel smacks the ring member across the head. And the ring are not looking good as B runs in next.
I believe that one's now rolling against difficulty 2, correct?
Yes. Big Redder B's only rolling against difficulty 2. And has +2 dice. Oh my gosh.
At Pryor's command, the siblings suddenly find their footing beneath them, and they move to at least eliminate one of them off the plate.
Yep, as Big Brother B comes in and...
Little brother.
Or little brother. Listen, the alliteration got to me. I was like, Brother B, and I was like, wait. As little brother B runs in and smacks this ring member, taking her down. She falls into the sand, and they start cheering, "Should we bury her alive?"
Pryor says, not necessary! Take her out and move to the next!
Yes, sir! And Anya is going to look to see who's been marked for next and go, "Who are we taking down next?"
Pryor points his shovel at Clay, who's sitting right beside him, and says, under his breath, "Sorry, but leadership is always the definitive force in a battle. Disengage and charge!"
Anya disengages, weaving between Charles and Romeo, and goes to attack Clay. And let's see if she can hit him. She does not have the bonus, I believe.
No, it was
Yes, it was Brad, B, and Bonnie who got the bonus.
You know what? The chances of her. You know what? Pryor's gonna save his willpower. He's gonna save his willpower. Because you know what? That at least reduces the difficulty. Because I do believe, or was that the last of the middle attacks?
Brad is the last one.
Oh, then yeah, no, he's saving his willpower, and he, as the attack comes and plays back is exposed, Pryor points to it with the red shovel, and Brad knows exactly where to strike.
Yep, and Brad's gonna run up and go to attack play from behind. I believe this is only at DC 2.
Oh, he has the bonus dice.
Oh, yes, he has the bonus dice. My bad. Forgot to add those.
No worries. And you know what? I'm gonna... okay. And you know what? I'll spend a willpower. He can roll 3 more dice. Pryor says, Brad, strike!
And Brad just lets out a yell, like, as he raises up the shovel and tries to strike again. And I'm gonna roll that 3d10. I'm just typing it that time. That's a
3
success.
successes.
That's a hit. As Brad strikes play, and play falls to the ground.
The siblings do. I am looking at what I have here. The little brothers look like they're about to, or the little siblings look like they're about to collapse, don't they?
They do. Pryor can notice that the little siblings have been pushing themselves to their limits. They very much do look like they're all on the verge of collapsing if the rain goes again.
Okay. Pryor points to Merru and says, I see the direction of your strike. Singular, pointed, aligned.
Yeah, no, Merru, he knows where he's got to shoot. He knows the drill.
Then you know it's only a -1 dice if you don't want to hit that little sister in front of you.
That's true. That's true.
But first, Pryor.
Yeah, Pryor used his main action to distribute the gifts to them all. So he is going. Yeah, you know what? That actually Pryor took his turn before the little sibling, so I believe it is actually right to Merru.
Oh, then let's go right to Merru's turn.
Sure. I'm fine with that. What would be the DC to hit these 3?
It would be a DC free, and you're subtracting a dice to not hit little sister Bonnie.
All right. DC 3. Okay. Whoa! No! We can't do this again. We can't do this again.
Would you like to willpower?
I got it. That was gonna be embarrassing if I missed after all this.
It's a light soak. You managed to graze all 3 of them.
Yeah,
all
no,
3
for
of
sure.
them are grazed in a light soak.
Pryor pounds his feet into the ground, squares his shoulders, and he knows the ring is about to take out some siblings. And as he brings his hands together, he says, no matter what, the sandcastle must stand. We will not let any vengeance take us. Steel yourselves, and no matter what, trust in me. I will lead you all to victory. Pryor is so sure that they're about to get curb stomped.
Yes. The little siblings look on the verge of collapse. Brad does, seeing Merru shot, give him a pat on the shoulder and say, That was a nice shot there. You took all 3 of them out at once. Or you hit all 3 of them at once.
Merru, he jolts very slightly, not having expected to be patted on the shoulder, and looks up at Brad, and for a moment, there's like a weird glint across his eyes as he narrows them. But then he just looks away and says, thank you.
He grins at you. And from above, I see there's another defend the sandcastle. More floaties begin to fall down as each of the ring members take 1 point of superficial red damage. And at this point, the ring doesn't look like they're doing too well either. And as they raise their parasols, prepare to charge, someone else enters. The scene. An old man approaches, and at once the ring students, who are still standing, lower their umbrellas. It looked for a moment like Echo was about to yell out another command, and Charles and Romeo were about to run forward, attempting to take down the remaining little siblings. But at the simple wave of a hand, they all lower their weapons.
Pryor immediately senses what's happening, and he puts a hand up and yells, "Hold!" And he'll step out from between the little siblings.
They kind of drag play.
Help him up! Help him up!
Yeah, they help play up.
Pryor looks him up and down. Does he see the ring on his finger?
Yes, you can see an elaborate free-coiled ring on this man's finger that trails down the back of his hand and down his wrist.
Pryor cracks his neck to either side and becomes very immediately aware of what and who he is speaking to. As he tries his best to put on his most formal air, he nods his head and says, "Maestro, I didn't expect to find you so far from a gallery."
Aw. Big brother. I didn't expect to find you. The maestro kind of looks around at the giant sandcastle and the shovels that are strapped to Pryor's back and the one in his hand. Well, doing all of this.
Pryor looks up at the sandcastle and says, "I was inspired to create rather than destroy."
A surprising sentiment to hear from one of the middle.
I'm just as surprised as I was, and frankly wounded, when your students seem to find themselves insulting our hard work, seeking to remove our long day's work from the beach.
Oh, the maestro just sort of sighs at that and says,
"Listen, I'm trying my best to teach my little siblings a lesson in the other side of vengeance. forgiveness for slights that aren't worth anyone's time. Perhaps we can both help each other.
The maestro nods at that, and you see a twinkle of approval in his eyes as he says, students, and calls out to the students of the ring around. And they turn to face him. You've all decided to follow me on my personal journey to rediscover my sense of art. And that means we do things my way, without resorting to senseless violence. I know some of you have studied under, and are studying under still, different Dawkins and maestros before me. But on this trip, and while you are under my guidance, you will do things my way. Are we clear? And the students kind of like mumble, some of them pretending not to be involved, some of them kind of groaning under their breath. But they all nod.
Little siblings, this is the reason why not every vengeance needs to be taken in bloody, brutal warfare. There is reasonability to be found in compromise. I thank you for withdrawing your students and averting both of us having to waste our day with senseless violence. And Prior will ceremoniously bury his shovel in the sand. He doesn't have a hatchet.
Basil nods his head at that and seems pleased and says, "Oh, you know how youth is. Passionate, but
wasted on the young."
He
looks
just
him up
sort
and
of
down.
laughs at that.
I have to admit, and I mean this with all due sincerity, I didn't expect a maestro to be straying so far from the pack. And he leaves that as a question in the air. He's not going to push this maestro because Prior doesn't want to reveal the fact that he's not quite at his best right now. But he leaves that as a question if the maestro wishes to answer it.
The maestro simply smiles at you and says, I've done a lot in my youth. But I'm rediscovering my sense now for art and the world.
It's never too late. I wish you luck on your journey, and I hope you discover something more beautiful than blood and viscera.
And the same to you, Big Brother Prior. And Basil turns to his students and says, Now, assigning blame on each other does none of you any good. Charles, drop that sand. I know you were crushing up bones again. Echo, stop blaming the others. Play, Romeo. What? But Basil just looks around when he hears Play's voice and then looks to Echo and just frowns and says, you need to stop pulling those tricks on old men like me. Come on, come along, and basically ushers the students of the ring out.
Prior looks at Basil when he goes. May I make a perfect memory roll?
Yes, you may.
I shall make that. I believe we said it was a composure intelligence.
It was.
All right, and I get a 2 dice bonus for. Perfect. You want? I'll spend a point of willpower. I want to know. I want to know. Yeah, 4 successes. Basil.
What are you trying to figure out?
Prior's trying to fit a younger man's face on Basil's head.
Prior, you've been to quite a few, I imagine, finger bow bells in the past. You've heard before of a maestro known for their bloodied works. And cruel sense of tyranny. Back when they were young. Way back when you were young.
Youth really is wasted on the young. The both of us. And Prior cracks his neck to either side, feeling, for a moment, the weight of age before he shakes it off as easily as he does the dust and sand from his shoulders. Siblings! The ring has been repelled. And defeat has been admitted. Vengeance is ours, and the castle has been defended. We are victorious.
They all cheer and raise their shovels, and Brad yells, "The Big Brothers defeated a maestro!"
What's
I will
one more myth for the legend, eh?
I'll say at this point, not gonna lie, Merru held up a super soaker and cheered. He's kind of caught up in the moment. Not gonna, to be real. And I think when he turns to look at Prior, he actually looks happy. It's like really weird. I don't think Merru's ever like looked happy. Since they've met, like at most he's looked like neutral or mildly interested in things. But right now his eyes are like almost kind of shining a little bit when he goes, "That was, I can't lie, that was kind of badass. They didn't stand a chance. That was kind of cool." Like he has to give credit where credit's due.
Prior smiles and says, "Not as cool as some of those shots you were making.
Well,
Your precision is unmatched, Merru. And to the victor must go the spoils. We're gonna make sure that you get a full tour of the sandcastle. And I bet you, if you're looking for the best spot to see, up in the tower, on the buttresses, the sea breeze is beautiful. Want me to show you?"
Sure.
Lovely. Little siblings, guard the entrance.
They all basically go, "Yes!" and stand guard at the entrance.
And Brad,
Yes, Big Brother.
Prior does turn around. Exceptional leadership, fantastic work, and good guarding.
No, thank you.
You have great potential. Manage it well. Keep your head on your shoulders. And remember what I taught you. It's all well and good to be prideful. It's all well and good to have a little myth and legend, but remember, humility is our weapon. And if we truly wish to take vengeance against those who wrong us, we must be patient. And we must not allow pride to be our fall.
Understood. And he kind of salutes with the shovel.
Now then, Merru. That was really cool. You're really cool, Merru.
That his eyes kind of widen. And he I think kind of realizes how caught up in the moment he had gotten, and looks away. He goes, "Well, I mean, I was, and he's trying to come up with a explanation for how into this stupid fight he had gotten. And he goes, I was just doing my job." He knows it's a bad excuse. He's quite embarrassed.
Prior is going to go to show Merru into the castle, but then he looks out at the horizon and his eyes widen. Oh. Well, maybe before then we might want to go take an expedition. He lowers his voice. Not enough that the siblings can't hear, but just enough so that he's not shouting. We still haven't found a ride for tomorrow.
You're right. What was I? Oh, you're right. Oh no.
It's all right. We'll figure something out. Brad,
Yeah?
do you have any idea where... You said you're around this area. Any idea where I could get my hands on a boat on short notice?
Oh, well, we have a
party
boat.
to get to. You do?
You have a party to get to.
Yes.
Oh.
We hear that there's a big... What do you think I was here on, just to soak my feet in the water? No. I'm here to attend an event. One I hear has been making quite the stir. Called me from my vacation back to work.
Oh. Well, there's been... Oh, which party are you looking to go to?
Prior clears his throat and says, there's a big brother out on the water who it's said has a party boat. Big enough and containing a very, very... Prior tries to consider his next words. Significant amount of power on board. Something unique to him. I can't say I'm not impressed. I can't say I'm not interested in seeing it for myself.
Oh, his eyes kind of widen. He's like, wait, I know the one. I know the one you're talking about. That's the party boat. It's got this sparkling golden decoration. Yeah, that's Big Brother Berg's boat.
I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. Berg.
Yeah.
Big Brother Berg.
Yeah. You know, he's actually why we we recognized you as a big brother, but he'd mentioned before the blue hair, the faded tattoos, kind of like the crackling flesh. Brad kind of frowns, like confused. He's mentioned this monster big brother he trained under.
Oh. Berg is still around. Of course he is. He was a little sibling last I saw him. Well, I'm glad he's moved up in the world. I can understand your deference. I am indeed the prior he spoke of. Yes. I hope I'm a little less scary in person.
Brad kind of like looks and says, "You know, I was worried at first when I saw you, but yes, you have been a lot less scary. No disrespect, big brother, sir."
As I said, I've been on vacation for a while. I suppose it rubbed off on me. Well, I don't suppose you would mind if I borrowed your boat for a little bit, would you? I actually think I might need to go pay Berg a visit. You know, pay my respects. Mentor to student.
Yeah, of course. Don't worry, we've actually got a friend who's coming in a couple of days with another boat, so we're all good.
See. Prior's back straightens, and the air grows warmer around him as he grips at the thorns on his head, almost like he wants to impale his hand for support as he removes it after a moment and grips the shovel hard enough that the plastic splinters beneath his fingers. Exceptional work, Brad. Thank you. I will not forget this service. I will make sure that, all of you have done exceptional. All of you have done exceptionally. I'm very sorry. I have to take my leave for a moment. Merru, feel free to stay at the castle if you want to cool off. I need some air. I need some air right now.
That's fine.
Little siblings, dismissed. Maintain the castle for as long as you deem it willing. And always remember, though you will build great things, they will eventually crumble. Do not hold on to the past too tightly, lest you be dragged down with it. And on that note, Prior is going to leave.
They all wave to him as they watch him go with the shovels. Most of them not really seeming to notice the sudden shift in mood. One of the little sisters kind of whispers, like, "Do you think something was up?" And everyone goes, "Yo, I don't know what you're talking about." And there's kind of like some bickering between some of the little siblings. And Brad is just like, walks over to Merru, I imagine, and says, "Well, it was good meeting you, fellow." He looks not sure if he should call you a fellow little brother or not.
I'm not part of your group. Just call me Merru. And
Merru.
Initially, he seems kind of distracted watching Prior leave, but when the little brother says his name, he looks up at him and his eyes narrow again and goes, "There's something familiar." And like you can practically see the gears turning in his head before his eyes widen a little bit and a brief flash of some kind of emotion crosses over his features and he goes, "Oh, sorry, you just reminded me of someone.
Huh?
Oh, no, we've never met. We've never met. No, it just you. Your, hair. Your, redhead. It's not super common in the city. It just reminded me of someone I used to know is all. Sorry.
Oh.
It's not a bad thing.
Huh. He kind of just like looks up at his hair, like pulls on a strand, and then just kind of grins down at Merru and ruffles his hair.
Wait, like ruffles his own hair or ruffles Merru's hair?
Ruffles Merru's hair. Ruffles
Oh,
Merru's hair.
Merru, he steps back a little bit, and he goes, "Don't mess with my hair. Listen, I'm not one of your middle brothers or anything like that. I know Prior. Sorry, but, good work, everyone." He's not a leader, but he doesn't really know what he's supposed to be doing here. He wants to go after Prior, but he doesn't want to, like, bother him when he's clearly there's something up. So he tries to just be like, good work, everyone.
They all cheer and they say, "Good work, Merru."
Right. He looks a little pensive, a little like he's kind of caught up in a memory of sorts. And he shakes it off and he goes, "Well, guess just keep watching the castle, like Briar said. I don't really know."
They salute with the shovels. You see Brad turn back to B, and the two little brothers are just talking, and you can hear B just worrying about, "I missed one of those hits," and Brad saying, "No, bro, it's good. You did your best. You swung that shovel. You kept getting up and kept fighting more and more." And you see the two little sisters here talking, but one of them, the one with the eye patch, does sort of look to you and say, "Hey, I'm not gonna pry into stuff, but you think you should go after him?"
I guess so. Yeah, no, you're right. And Merru, he nods at that, and gives one last look over at Brad and B, and then forces his eyes away and decides to go after Prior. He's a little apprehensive about it because he knows that Prior said he needs air, but he also doesn't really want to stick around the castle if Prior's not there, so.
And Merru, you... Oh. Go after him.
Yeah, no, it's probably pretty easy to find Prior. I doubt he went super far.
You can see his footprints in the sand. He's not trying
Right.
to hide his presence.
Right. Yeah, no. So Merru follows after him, and he's not really sure how to start the conversation gently, but he just decides to call out to him, and he goes, Mr. Prior?
Prior definitely hears Merru immediately, but it takes him a moment to look over his shoulder, and as he does, he's frowning, and his eyes are kind of a little distant, a little glazed over. And he looks like he wants to try and get up off the sand, but he doesn't. He just kind of stays seated for a minute and then nods and goes, Merru, where are my manners, son? Do you want to sit with me for a moment?
Merru stares down at him for a few seconds and decides that Prior probably needs another moment before he gets up, and nods and sits down beside him.
Look at the sunset. Seen so many sunsets, and yet they're all different in 100 tiny different ways. I remember each and every one, and it makes the subtle differences. You'd think they'd blend together, but they just stick out all the more.
Yeah. Can agree with you on that. I mean, there was a point in time where the sunset was like the only thing I looked forward to in a day. But, you good? You seemed kind of, I don't want to pry, but
I wish I was more of an open book. Merru, I am so sick and tired of shutting the rest of you out. Because of my shame. Because of my history. I want to be honest with you.
okay.
Back when I was a big brother. When I was stronger, faster, less remorseful. It wasn't just me. I kept my family small and close and tight-knit. I needed to ensure their absolute loyalty and complete obedience. Everyone was vetted. No one surrounded me who I could not trust. A small group of little siblings. A few key members that rounded out my staff. Kai chief among them. Imagine an entire club full of people with Kai's more unstable devotion to me, but one that I cultivated and culled any doubt from. I surrounded myself with a scalpel I could wield surgically to accomplish my goals. And Berg, little brother Berg, was a backstreet rat. Would have been picked up by the chefs if not for me. I brought him in, made him a member, cultivated his every worst impulse. I broke him down into his base components and rebuilt him in my image. In the image of a man who would do what I needed to do him. I made him what he was. And for good or ill, he still maintained some semblance of self. Most people do. Most people are harder to break than we give them credit for. But if he's anything like he was then, I promise what remained of Berg, once I had made him into the perfect tool for my aims, was not some semblance of kindness or humanity. It was recklessness, rage, and aggression. We will not be getting this golden bow without a conflict, Merru. Berg knows who I am. The only hope I have of him not having a grudge to pick with me is that he still thinks that I am the man I was.
I see. And I think as Pryor was talking, Merru, his eyes slowly narrowed more and more as he continued to stare out at the sunset. And eventually he turns his head to look at Pryor, and he says, I mean, if a fight is what we need to do, then a fight's what we're gonna have to do. I mean, I'm fine with that. I just, do you think we're, statistically, do you think we'll actually be able to pull this off then? Or, I mean, if he's the way you say, and if he does have a grudge against you, let's say, think we're actually going to be able to get the bow from him?
I taught him everything he knows, and some of it he actually learned. Even if all he has is an echo of my whole tricks. Let's just say we're not just dealing with a big brother. We're dealing with... Regardless, we have an information advantage. I know Berg. I know his weaknesses. I know how he ticks. I know how he thinks, and I know how he feels. If this ends in wanton, unrestricted bloodshed, we will not survive. But Berg has an ego. Pride has always been his weakness. Pride and a lust for party, drink, booze, and life. We might be able to get the bow, but if we have to fight him on his terms, we will not survive. That is why we have to be assured that we fight him on ours.
Right. Okay. Merru, he takes in that information and forces away any looks of concern that might cross over his features, and then tries to seem confident when he nods his head and he goes, well, I mean, you know best in this case. I at least will do what you think is best. I will follow your lead. I don't think anyone else would have a better plan than you, so
Prior opens his mouth, and he actually forces the words out. Erg has good reason to be afraid of me. I made sure all of them did. So long as you all can keep up the appearance that I haven't changed, he will not strike me. He will not think he is capable of defeating me. I made sure he was aware of that. And if that lie crumbles, we are all damned.
Well.
And if that happens, Merru, get everyone else out of the way. When he takes his vengeance out on me, Erg was a very generous man when he was in a good mood. Beating me to a pulp, I imagine, will put him in the best mood he's ever been in his entire life.
Okay. Well,
Thank you for following me.
right. I guess we simply can't let that lie crumble then. That's what we have to do. And I think at that, Merru will push himself up to stand and then hold out a hand to Prior to help him up, and he goes, "That's just what we're gonna have to do, right?"
Prior takes Merru's hand and nods, leaning on Merru for support as he rises to his full height.
I didn't work so hard to keep everyone alive just for something to happen here.
I don't deserve your trust in my capabilities, but you've entrusted it to me all the same, and I will not disappoint. No, I will try not to disappoint.
Good. Well, I'll hold you to that.
As you should. I'll be counting on you to do so.
Right. Right.
So pleasantly cool out. How does it feel to be out of your ego?
Strange. Kind of wrong. I mean, I don't wear my ego to sleep or anything, but I don't think I've gone this long without Magic Bullet. And I don't even know how long it's been. Hopefully, Precious understands that it was a necessary thing and doesn't take it out too badly on me. But it's definitely weird, that's for sure.
Prior nods his head. I think we all needed a little bit of a break today.
Merru, he's inclined to, initially disagree because he always likes to be kept about, focused on the mission, focused on work, but he thinks back on it and then he nods a little and he goes, I mean, I suppose there's a little bit of merit to not always being so focused on just the mission. I mean, I think I was going to lose my mind if I had to spend one more day in the RV. So, at the very least, it was good that we got out of that cramped space and got to stretch our legs. So,
Yes. We spent too long in that RV. At least now we have a boat.
Right. A boat. And there's like a look that flashes in his eyes when he thinks about the implications of going on a boat. And he goes, right, yeah, no, that's a good thing. Yes.
Prior purses his lips and says, I will make some flotation devices for everyone. For safety's sake, of course. We should all be wearing them.
Right.
And
yeah.
Prior looks at Merru with no judgment.
Merru, he still looks away, and I think he, at this point, starts to walk a little bit past Prior, and he goes, speaking of everybody else, we probably should be getting to finding them. I mean, it's kind of late, and they might be wondering. We should go.
You're right. And he looks back at the sandcastle, and he looks over the beach. And he hopes asking them to do 100 good deeds inspires just one more from each of them tomorrow. And he turns his back on the beach and follows Merru with easy, slow steps in the sand. Walking in the path Merru sets, taking advantage of the path that Merru has helped him find.
And as you both head back, and Kai, Miix, you both had been on the beach together where we last left you. The two of you see the sun beginning to set. How are both of them doing, and do these two start to head back also?
I was gonna say if Kai saw the sun setting, then he would probably gesture towards it and tell Miix wherever they are at this point that they should head back before dark. But if there's anything Miix was gonna say.
I think Miix is just sort of in quiet contentment walking alongside Kai. I think just looking out towards the sea.
It's been a quiet couple hours after they talked, I think. Sunbathing or whatever. Miix needs a little bit of a tan, I feel.
And yeah, Miix, I don't know if Miix ended up taking off the hat at all, or if they were wearing the hat the whole time.
I think at this point they are sort of walking behind with it behind their back in their hands.
And as...
They look beautiful.
No, please continue.
No, I was just saying they look beautiful for sure.
Yeah, there's probably you're probably getting like a couple like admiring stares as you walk past. And as you all return to where Yuna was left, you see them being attacked by seagulls, basically like trying to cover the bucket with their body.
my
as
God.
seagulls are dive bombing them.
Oh my god.
I
Yuna, and Miix like quickly walks over. What are you doing?
I'm protecting the bucket.
What? Why are you protecting the bucket? That's stupid. Who would tell you something so stupid?
I think at that point Merru goes, my food! And he runs over and he kind of, not shoves, but pushes by Miix and he goes, my food! They didn't take any, did they?
No. I didn't let them take any.
And I think Merru, what was probably about to be another food-based, budget-based rant, he kind of pauses, he goes, oh, really?
Yeah, you said you counted them all, and I was pretty sure you'd shoot me with magic bullet if I lost a single crab, so...
What?
I mean, Merru, he looks down at the bucket and then looks back up at Yuna and goes, obviously I was lying. Why would I count every single little thing in here?
I would.
Yuna, are those bite marks?
Yuna!
Um,
We need to get you to the RV. God, Kai, can you...
That's
help?
Yuna. Does Yuna need... Does Yuna need medical assistance?
if Yuna will recover. Yuna will recover.
It'd be really funny if they had like a half point, like
Yeah, like Yuna's got like a point of
like
damage from the
superficial
seagull. Actually, wait, that's actually bad. If Yuna has like a single point of damage from the seagulls, Yuna doesn't have a lot of health. So yeah.
Oh my
Kai
god,
wants to roll
okay,
an
never
in
mind.
medicine.
Tucks hair behind ear.
Oh wait, never mind. Kai, before you can start tending to Yuna, you all feel this soft light wash over you, and anyone's wounds they have are healed.
Wait, I think this is the first time Yuna's experienced this.
Gosh.
It is. Actually, I don't think any of you had any injuries but Yuna. So in that case, yeah. Yuna kind of looks surprised and then goes, I'm fine, I guess.
Oh,
Well,
Merru,
look at
did
that.
you put them up to this?
What do you mean did I put them up to this? I was helping all of you by getting us more food.
Okay, you couldn't have just said, Yuna, put it in the RV?
No, they couldn't pick it up because they're weak.
Okay,
So I just said I'll be back, and I was just going to get some more food. I was trying to go catch some crabs because it was hard to have the bucket in one hand and catch the crabs with the other.
They
And
got attacked by
and so-
seagulls.
okay, well that's their problem, not mine. What I was saying.
What do you
was that I was
mean?
going. What I was saying was that I was going to get more. I did get a little caught up in a bit of an issue, but I'm back now, and they're fine, and they did what they were supposed to do, and it was a
Oh, okay,
good
sure,
job.
yeah.
Prior
good job.
puts a hand on Yuna's shoulders and said, "You left it in good hands, and Yuna accomplished the work. Excellent work, Yuna. Good delegation, Merru."
Not now. I think maybe next time we shouldn't just, let one of us fend for themselves like that.
I mean, you could have stayed with them.
I thought you
like-
had. In fact, I wasn't even there with them in the first place. I didn't realize this was all happening. If I did,
you
I would
Could have
have.
stayed with them from the beginning, but anyway, the point is we're all fine and we have food and dinner, so don't mess with the chef.
Oh, who said you were cooking tonight?
Me, I just said it right now.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I'm going to.
Why?
Considering how
Wait,
you treated this seafood, I don't trust you around it.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can go put it back in the ocean if you really want. Like, just saying.
You're not going to.
Prior
Well-
puts a hand on Yuna's shoulders and goes, "I made a sandcastle today."
He did make
Yuna,
the sandcastle.
Yuna looks incredibly relieved and just goes, I'm glad, Friar.
Yeah, you can see it over there.
Oh, yeah, Yuna tries not to voice aloud that they doubt they're going to see Prior's tiny little sandcastle, and then their eyes fucking widen at the massive sand giant across the beach. Holy shit.
Right?
Let's just go home.
Jealous that you didn't build a sandcastle? I mean, what?
Little.
Yeah, let's get back to the RV, everyone. I think I've
Yeah, let's.
said my piece.
I have too. Let's go.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
Oh,
where's
excuse-
Pascal? I told him to stay with you.
Yuna kind of looks around, and there's a little beeping noise as Pascal appears.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Was Pascal hiding from all the yelling?
Pascal just lets out a little beep and does a trick.
I was hoping you would do a trick. Oh yeah.
All right.
Shit.
Oh my
Good
god.
job, Pascal.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Let's
That's a new one.
Whoa, whoa.
That's a new one.
Dude,
Oh, the practice in the RV, I guess.
slow
out.
motion.
Mm,
Prior claps.
Pascal happily beeps when Prior claps.
Miix looks a little proud. They try not to let it get to them, though.
Pascal
So,
lets out another beep and lands on Mix's hat.
Oh my god.
Mm,
Back to the RV?
yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Back to the RV.
Prior, like holds out his hands if Pascal wants to like land on them because he knows Pascal needs a platform to land on.
Pascal will land on your hand.
Yep. Prior will hold Pascal in one hand, look into its little camera lens, and go, "What a marvelous little creation you are."
It happily beeps.
With that, yep. Prior starts walking towards the RV with everyone else. And then he does turn to Yuna and he does say, "Hey, Yuna. I've actually been meaning to ask you. Were you the one who programmed those tricks into Pascal?"
Huh? Oh. You mean how Pascal's been randomly doing flips and stuff?
I've been meaning to ask. I thought it was you originally, Miix, but you don't seem to have any idea how that's happening.
I never said anything about it.
I mean, I did program Pascal's integrated learning and growth algorithm to learn from all of our behavior. I put hard stop walls to make sure it didn't grow beyond acceptable to bill limiters. And Yuna kind of gives you a look at that, clearly referring to a certain AI assistant.
Prior looks back at Yuna and is like, "What? You can just do that?"
What do you mean I
Like,
can just do that?
Like, did you work with? Wait, you said you were working with Micah before. Did you use Micah's research to like improve these robots?
What? Micah was my research assistant. Micah was working with me. I didn't use his research.
Yuna, what you were, Yuna, you. I don't think I've ever asked you what was your job at K Corp exactly.
No, you never did ask. I was working on advanced AIs for K Corp's drones.
Mm-hmm.
Automatic deployment units. Making them more efficient.
They're good at their job.
Robotics expert?
Yeah. You kind of blinked, like, this is knowledge that you should have known, despite the fact that they were never upfront about it.
So if we had those questions that we asked Micah, you knew the answer to all of them.
Well, I didn't know anything about where Micah went with the Golden Bough, if that's what you're asking. And I don't want to know anything about. And Yuna kind of looks around because...
Yeah, okay, you know what? That's a very fair point. Well, Pascal, aren't you a very lucky little drone? And Yuna?
Yeah.
He smiles. I'll make sure to actually put your skills to good use. I
I'll
didn't know
make
that
sure
about
to
you.
do it. My employee.
Pryor smiles and says, "Can I subcontract, maybe?"
No.
Miix.
And Miix is
Actually,
pouting.
boss.
They looks like they're clearly very upset that Yuna kept something from them.
Pryor smiles regardless and just says, "Well, let's get Pascal and everyone else back to the RV. And I suppose everything played out the way it did for a reason. We got information on the Golden Boughs, and now we have Yuna on our side. So, please, let's just go eat. I'm very, very hungry."
That sounds good.
So
Yuna-
your boss, sure told me. Yeah, but it's fine. No, I get it. It's fine. Miix just mumbles under their breath.
Yuna glances nervously over at Miix, like concerned, and then looks back to Pryor and says, I
Pryor lets Yuna speak.
No, I would be interested. I don't know if I can, but
Pryor looks and sees Miix has turned to walk back towards the RV, so he takes the half a second to put a hand on Yuna's shoulder, give them a light squeeze, and say, "Development takes time, and potential is something you have to work towards. But I see it inside of you. You're going to do amazing things, Yuna. Now, let's get back to the RV, and back to the tearful thing.
yeah.
Thank you. You're always a help to us." And Pryor will take Pascal in his arm and guide Yuna back to the RV.
And Yuna follows them back to the RV. And as you all head back there, in the RV, I imagine changing out of your beach clothes and getting ready for the night. Yuna
Pryor-
does. Oh, please
Pryor-
go first.
I was going to say Pryor gets everyone to get their gear ready because tomorrow they're taking a boat.
Yep. But you all still have this night left as Yuna unrolls one of the windows and lets the tearful thing look out at the sunset over the Great Lake. And it blinks, and as the sun begins to set, into the ocean. Managers, tomorrow you'll be heading out on the Great Lake. I hope you're all ready
Wahoo.
as we call this session to a close. And we will be back, not next week, everyone, but on March 29th at 7 p.m. EST, we will return and we'll be starting the U Corp arc proper as we get back into our episodes. Thank you all so much for coming.